We are live this Friday, September 12th, 2025. This is a Secret Teachings pre-show. I thought we would start the show about 30 minutes prior to the broadcast time because we usually have a lot of listeners in the comment section, and I thought we would take the time to go through some of those comments if anybody has them or questions for the show so it doesn't bog down the actual broadcast itself. So we'll do this for a little bit. I'll finish my preparation for the show, and then we will get started. If you're watching this on YouTube, you'll have to scroll forward about 20 minutes or so for the actual show introduction and whatnot. All right, so let's see who's in the chat room tonight. The show promo is up on the screen as well. It is Alpha Bravo Charlie Kirk. You can assume what the show is about based on that. And let's see who we have in the chat room. B. Kuna is here. Thank you for joining us. I actually would like to know my own thoughts on this because I don't know if I have coherent conscious thoughts. I think I have a lot of subconscious thoughts, but I'm not sure how many conscious thoughts I have about this that are relevant or valid. I don't really know. Thank you for joining us in the chat. Marilyn Kluger is here. Thank you for joining us in the chat. Marilyn says, can you imagine his own father turned him in? I don't know. I don't know if I have any thoughts tonight, folks. This one's going to be spicy, says Ernie D. Thank you for joining us, Ernie. Maybe a little bit spicy. Patriot Girl is here. Patriot Girl, thank you for joining us. I appreciate that. Patriot Girl says, excellent interview on Frank's show. Yes, Frank's show was a really good show. We actually scheduled that for 45 minutes. It turned into, what was it, an hour and 20 minutes? And we talked about quite a bit. That was a fun show, quite frankly. Frank is a good guy, smart guy, has a fun show. So if you missed that show, you can go to Quite Frankly TV and pull that up on their website and watch. I think the whole interview is probably posted on whatever platforms they use. There's a bunch of them, so you can watch it there if you missed it. B. Kuna commented on that too. I agree. I was so glad he mentioned it on the Secret Teachings, so I then went and checked out the Quite Frankly podcast. Yes, and if you're just, I don't know if you listen in the audio form, but you can actually watch the whole video for his show. It's a live video broadcast. Edward Preston is here. Hello, Edward. Edward also enjoyed Frank's show. Wow. A lot of people listen to Frank's show. That's great. Hello, Evan Kelly. And Patrick Hartman is here as well. Thank you, Patrick, for joining us. Leonard is here. Hello. Early Girl is here. Hello, Early Girl. You are very early tonight. We will get started with the main show in approximately, 15, 20 minutes. What is it, about 20 minutes? We'll start with the show. Diane Perry is here. Thank you for joining us. Rogue Goyam. Let's go. 20 minutes and we'll start. Tim Curley is here. Hello, Tim. Cindy. Hello, Cindy. Sylvia is here as well. Hello, Sylvia. Red Thunder is here. Hello, Red Thunder. Thank you for joining us tonight. Rita Moore. Mario. Matthew is also here. Matthew Barekis. Can't listen at the moment, but wanted to say hi and hope you can post the stream. Yes, it is posted, and the audio of the show will be up in the main archive. So if you're a new listener to the show, this is a pre-show introduction tonight. I've never done this, but I'm doing it because we have usually a large number of accumulated listeners in the chat, and because this is not a live stream type of a show, Monday through Friday, it's nice to have listeners in the chat, but I don't like to spend half the show going through all the comments because that's not really that productive. So a comment here or there on the show is great, but if it's all just, if I spend all this time on the show going through all the comments, it kind of takes away from the presentation itself. So we will start, as I said, in about 20 minutes or so here. My name is Happy. Hello, Ryan. Camping this weekend with my husband, and we are totally down for a live. Hope all is well as can be over here. Once again, I was told by the alternative media that Tokyo was completely underwater. Did anybody else see that? All the rain? It's actually been raining all night here. And I was in Tokyo when I read the conspiracy theories that Tokyo flooded completely, like the whole city was underwater. And I thought, am I dead? Did I drown? It's like it's just crazy the number of conspiracy theories on the internet. It's totally nonsense. And when I say conspiracy theory, I mean mainstream media and alternative media. Just total nonsense. Was there some flooding? Yeah, there was, but the whole city wasn't underwater. It's just total crap. All right, Brandon is also here. Is that Brandon Kramer? Hello, Brandon. Thank you for joining us. Tim Curley says, I don't really know much about Charlie Kirk or why he is so controversial / hated. Hey, frankly, I don't know if I have the answer to that either. I don't really know either. I watched a lot of his videos. I agreed with some of the stuff that he said. Stuff that I didn't agree with didn't really bother me, except for some of the obvious things that you probably can assume might bother me. Other than that, yeah, I don't know either. I think the answer is people are radicalized and brainwashed, and there doesn't really have to be a rational reason. That's part of the problem, is that rational people have a really hard time figuring out what's happening because none of this stuff is rational and none of the handling of it is rational. I do love how the conservative right that doesn't trust the government suddenly trusts the government now. They found the guy. Again, they found a guy before and then they let him go, and then they found another guy and, oh, that person did it. And sure, we can trust Kash Patel. Sure. Michael Stone says this is a direct result of the radicalization of our youth. Yes, it is. I would go one step further, though, Michael, and I would say we need to put a label on it. It's not just radicalization, although you are right, but there's a specific form of radicalization. And until the public is willing to accept, willing to say what that radicalization is, it will continue and it will get increasingly worse. Who else do we have in the chat room? We have Sonam Ebel is here. All warfare is based on deception. That is true. Psychological warfare, battlefield warfare, everything is psychological. That's where the battle cry comes from, the war paint, the trumpets and the instruments. That's where all that comes from. Diane Perry says, never heard it, quite frankly. Well, take a look at it right now, Diane. Type in Quite Frankly TV. Frank's got a lot of promotion out of that show. It's a fun show. We talked about Three Eye Atlas and the eschatological background to it. As you can tell, I am not in show mode yet. I am still waking up. It is very early here in Japan. I literally woke up less than an hour ago and fell back asleep and then realized what time it was, so I had to jump up and get prepped for the show. And my computer had to do an update, so then I barely made it onto this pre-show. All right, who else is in the chat? We have Brundleton. Quite frankly, is excellent. Ryan did a fantastic appearance. Thank you. I think Frank would agree with you. Chris is here all the way from the UK. Hello, Chris. Thanks for commenting and stopping by while you work on Ground Zero Plus behind the scenes. Timber the Wolf, hi everyone. I've been waiting for this show since the shooting. A lot of people have said that, actually. I've gotten, I don't know, 30, 40 people that messaged me. And those are just the people that actually have like iPhones that can message me directly through like text messages. Since I'm not in the United States, I don't have an international plan, but if you have iPhones, you can still message an iPhone. And I woke up to a phone call, and I woke up to dozens of messages, and then Facebook and X and asking me what I thought happened. And the thing is, I don't know. Maybe we'll get to the bottom of it tonight. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. Let's see if we have anybody else. Jason is here. Jason, where's that link at? There it is. Jason, hello, Jason. Thank you for tuning into the show. And Emily Neal is here. Hello, Emily. Thank you for joining the show tonight. Cole is also here. Trump definitely benefits from this because attention is diverted from the birthday letter. Attention gets diverted from a lot of things. It gets diverted from like a $900 billion spending bill with a bunch of, quote, what would they term it? Counterculture, anti-woke, quote, legislation with another, what, $1 trillion in spending. That gets forgotten about, as does the bombing of Qatar. That's convenient too, isn't it? You also know what they did right before Charlie Kirk was shot. Israel gave the order to completely evacuate Gaza. Oops. Nobody heard about that, probably. Antonio, thank you for joining us. Antonio was in class. You are here now. Thank you for joining us on the show. And everybody loved the Quite Frankly interview. Brundleton said Ryan did a real blockbuster interview on Quite Frankly back around February, March. Oh, that was the previous show he did. Yeah. Oh, did he took it off of YouTube? I think the one with Sam Tripoli is still up, though. I don't know if Sam kept it on YouTube. I know that part of it, segments of it went viral on X, but I don't know if he kept it on YouTube. That's why we are independent. And no matter what happens, I have a nice hard drive down here. Actually, I have 2 backup hard drives with all my shows on it. So if it ever gets removed, I can just re-upload everything. Who else is in the chat? We will get started in about 15 minutes here for those of you just joining us. Trudell is here. Azariana. Trudell, hope everything is well with your family. Everything is going well. It is, as well as can be. Yes, it is. Hope the same to you. Cyber Sicilian. I think I know who this is. Howdy, Joe. Thank you for jumping on the live stream tonight. You know, it's so weird having a radio show that has been around for so long. It's weird when someone says, hey, I listened to you 14 years ago. I'm still very young, but that makes me feel a little bit old. It's also very weird when you do a show and you have so many listeners and you communicate with them, and then you just go back and talk to like your normal everyday friends. And a friend of mine jokes with me all the time about that. He's like, everybody's trying to get access to you, and then we talk like every single day. People would probably pay for that. I said, yeah, they probably would be crazy enough to pay for that. It's kind of weird. And then you get people that are like, I can't believe you only do 1 show a week on YouTube. You should do more shows. It's like, this is like a side project. This is not the main show. Red Thunder said, we are scared. We are shown public demonstrations of violence of which there is no defense and an army who are cheering it on. You betcha, a bunch of different armies cheering it on. You want to ponder a question before the show starts? Here's a question. Who do you think controls the media that's able to show you Kennedy having his head blown off over and over and over again? Who do you think controls the media that's able to show you planes crashing into buildings over and over and over again? Who has the power in the media to show you the president almost being assassinated again? Who has the power to show you blood exploding out of Charlie Kirk over and over and over again? Who has the power to do that? Who runs the media? Because the same people that show you those things are the same people that said, you know, that stuff about Osama bin Laden, that's a little bit too graphic for you to see. We can't show you that. We have to go and do that weird Muslim ritual where we bury him in the ocean, because I'm sure that Muhammad came up with that ritual a long time ago where they buried people in the desert in the ocean, because that makes sense. Anybody remember that? Or am I misremembering the stuff that I was told to believe by my government? Mistos Dokos asked me, is that a suit? Yeah, it is a suit, but I don't really want to talk about it because I'm not David Wilkakowitz and I don't want to spend time talking about what I'm wearing. But I did buy a jacket coat yesterday. I've had my clothes for so long. It's kind of ironic. I watched a documentary on textiles about how clothing goes to waste and how you shouldn't buy clothing over and over again. And then I thought, I haven't bought clothing for so long. I mean, I literally have pairs of pants and shirts from high school still. Not that I wear them, but I don't have a lot of clothing anyway, but the stuff I have, I stitch them back together. I sew them back together. I thought, you know what? I'm going to buy a suit coat. So I bought a suit coat. I went brown. I didn't think an all tan suit would look good from me. So I went with the brown one. I might get a blue one too. I also talked myself into it on the show the other night. Was it last night's show, Cracker Culture Swapping. We should dress a lot nicer, and I already read a lot, so I think we should dress a lot nicer and do a little bit more reading. Anyway, so I decided to do the show with a suit. Kind of. It's just a suit jacket. Thank you, Mr. Stokos. By the way, Mr. Stokos, did you choose that name from hearing that term on my show? Because I don't think I've ever heard anybody else. Maybe you told me this before, but I don't think I've ever heard anybody else use that terminology. Use the term Mr. Stokos. I've actually only read that in one other book. I think I want to say I stuck that in my book. Did I put that in my book? Yeah, it was from an essay by Christopher A. Pharaone, The Mistos Dokos and the Dark-Eyed Maidens. I think I mentioned them in the show. Anyway, I'm getting behind the chat. Let's see what else we have here. Cole Cushman. Furthermore, what are your thoughts on the Pentagon ground being broken on September 11th, 1921, and Trump mentioning this yesterday? Oh, yeah, that's right. It was broken on September 11th, and then they broke it again on September 11th. Well, the accounting department, I'm sure that the tribal accountants were probably sent home. But yes, and it used to be the War Department, and now they're changing the name back to the War Department. I mean, either way, you get bombed. So it really doesn't matter what the department is. You get bombed if you have oil or gold or other resources, or if you're Muslim. Let's see what else we have in the chat. Joe said, "You're my second favorite podcast behind Frank." I'll take second. That's okay. Patrick T is also here. Hello, Patrick. Happy Friday from Phoenix. Didn't Charlie Kirk live in Phoenix or somewhere around? I know he lived in Arizona. Did he live in Phoenix? I went to a Turning Point event in Phoenix one time. He was not there, but a bunch of the other conservative people were there. I used to go to those things because I thought, maybe I can make a friend here. And it turns out the conservative people are just like as crazy as the liberals are. It's like, I'm not going to make any friends here. Might make a lot of enemies, though. David, thank you for posting the stream. I appreciate that. Reno Mack is here. Hello, Reno. Thank you for joining us. We'll get started here very, very shortly. Corey McDonald is here. Eric Schrock is here. Juice. Actually, it's tea. It's tea, not juice. But yes, I know what you mean. It's juice. Or maybe it's the Muslims. Well, actually, now they're saying that the kid was Mormon. The Mormons did it. Everybody, the Mormons did it. The Muslims did it. Everybody did it except for apple juice. Let's see. Yes, Jackie. My everyday friends are not normal. Neither are any of you in the chat. All righty. It's almost time. Let's see. Anybody else? Oh, we have some other new listeners. Well, Jason, I think I mentioned you earlier. Hello, Jason. Yes, the intelligence agencies. Absolutely. Even the guy in Colorado, there was another shooting in Colorado the same day, the same morning, or same afternoon, morning my time, same afternoon. Charlie was shot. And they said that he was radicalized by chat rooms and forums. And who do you think organizes all that? That's FBI, CIA, intelligence op stuff. Well, Ebel says Ryan's half crazy. That means I'm also half sane. So we'll take the sane part of it. Thank you, Cindy. I do deserve to treat myself sometimes, but it's really hard to do that. Really hard to do that. All right, who else do we have in the chat? Another wonderful secret said, here's what we know. Tyler Robinson isn't a Democrat. There's a picture of him in an NRA hat. His grandma insisted publicly that his entire family are Trump supporters. Is the Civil War canceled now? You know what? I honestly don't know or believe any of it because I see evidence that he is and he isn't. I see evidence that he's a Trump supporter, but he isn't. I mean, that's just like the other guy named Robin, or a girl named Robin Westman, who supposedly hated Trump and then was also called a Trump supporter by that slob, Rosie O'Donnell. You don't know what to believe. What's AI? What's altered and modified? That's kind of the point of the show tonight. You have no idea what's going on. That's kind of why I named the show Alpha Bravo Charlie. We're using, that's like NATO code. I think we're just using like military terms. It's like it's all in codes. You can't decipher it. My friend Ryder was saying the same thing. He said, I'm out. I can't figure out what's going on. It's like, yeah, that's the point. You're not supposed to know what's going on. You're not supposed to know. You're not supposed to be able to figure it out. Deborah is here. Hello, Deborah. And wow, I'm really missing the chat. This is why we can't do all this live on air. Good on the suit and going with no tie. Yeah, I don't really do ties. I'll tell you what, when I was trying this jacket coat on, and I tried on a pair of pants too. I was sitting there. I was thinking of what Bill Burr said about trying on suits. And it's so true. He said, I mean, it must have been like a decade ago. He did a bit about suits, and he said, you know, he said I put on a suit. I felt it riding up, and I want to take something over. I was thinking the same thing when I was putting those pants on and putting that shirt on. I was thinking, you know, I suddenly have a feeling to run for office, assassinate my political opponents, and then start a war. Maybe we should do exactly what that Fetterman guy does in Pennsylvania. Maybe we should all wear like sweatshirts and sweatpants. Maybe we'd get along better because suits really do make you want to take something over. Makes me want to invade Poland or something. That's a bad joke because that's a complicated history. Which, by the way, yes, there was like a drone attack on Poland or something the day of Charlie's shooting, which is also interesting because on the Jewish calendar, that date is also it's not on our calendar, but on the Jewish calendar, it's also the start of World War II. It's really weird. I'll show you that tonight on the show. Agorist Alex, thank you for joining the show, says 888. Yes, 888. I do believe that is Greek gematria. Alpha and the Omega. Zifnab says, I blame the reptilians. Well, you'd be right to do that. At least my insiders told me that would be the best thing you could do. Blame the reptilians. Apparently, they anally molested David Wilcock. So, Order of the Nine Angles. I don't know if this kid was connected to that. Didn't seem to be, but I don't know. All right, Bad Whiskey, you were here. Well, since you're here, let's start the show. You jumped in at the right moment. We'll start in just a moment. Agorist Alex said Robin. Yeah, think about this. That's two Robins now. Robin. What does a robin bird represent? Robin Westman, West woman, whatever you want to call them. Robin. And then Tyler Robinson, I believe was his name. Sure, it's all coincidental. Well, actually, it probably is coincidental, but look at me in the chat. I'm being relegated to second place tonight. Clyde's the first, Diane Perry says. Ryan's my second favorite. Well, that's totally fine. I'm not a personable person like Frank or Clyde. I'm kind of an asshole. It's okay. That means that the audience is honest, and that's what we want. We want honesty. You guys are my second favorite audience, so that's okay. WRP. For a moment, I thought this said WPRK, and I thought, wow, the old college radio stations tuned in. Except WPRK, they bulldozed it and replaced it with like automation or something, I think. All right. Anybody else new? Yeah, we do have some other new listeners. We'll start here in just one moment. Shauna Panofka says, I think Bibi has been sniffing puberty blockers, giving him them Femikino brows. Who else do we have? Cynthia. Did I mention you? I don't know if I mentioned Cynthia's in the chat. Thank you. Okay, Cynthia says, I tried to share from X. Somebody researched the first shooter suspect. He was in most all. Yeah, so that guy was involved with a bomb threat before, and he reportedly was a witness to, his name is Zen, was a witness to 9/11 as well. He's also Jewish, for the record, and so is the person who flew the plane and turned off the transponder. But that's, I'm sure, coincidental. Matthew Clark says, is David Wilcock a reptilian hybrid? Nobody got ass raped by one of them, so I guess they merged at some point. They were one and the same. Leonard is probably right. It was Space Jews. Dave Chappelle and his Space Jews. Yes, I think that probably was it. Robin Banks. Yes. They don't rob them. They own them. They run them. So you don't have to rob them. Okay, look, I do have a favorite listener in the chat. Joe Ryder is my favorite. He's my number one listener. Ryan overtook Clyde for me. A couple of second tier listeners in the chat tonight, and Joe Ryder comes in first. You know how many friends I have named Joe? I have so many friends named Joe. I have to like really look at my text messages when I get a text message or a notification from somebody. I have so many people I know named Joe, Joseph, Joey, etc. It's really crazy. I mean, that is, talk about average Joes. All right, we'll get started here. Let me check to make sure there's no other new comments. Doesn't look like it. All righty. So this was, as I said, a pre-introduction to the show, some listener comments. Yes, I know, Joe, Cyber Sicily. I know that you share things. I'm just joking. I'm joking. Joe, yeah, we'll call Joe Ryder JR. Oh, that's I heard JR. I think Japan Railways. Now that I live over here. All right, so that is the pre-show, and I suppose pre-shows work because we have a lot of listeners in here, and let me turn this off real quick. Let me turn off the banner. And we have a lot of listeners in here, and this is great because for people that only hear maybe the first 20 minutes or something of the show, now you can actually hear the first 20 minutes of the show rather than hear the second 20 minutes and miss some critical information. Matt Hector, ... Yes, ... We will get started. Okay, so let's do this. Let's pull up the full image. This is the show Alpha Bravo Charlie Kirk tonight on The Secret Teachings. This episode is, of course, being streamed on X and Facebook and YouTube. We have been kicked off of all those platforms, but allowed back on other platforms like Rumble. I would do that, but my Rumble account that I had tells me that I have to, one, accept payment in cryptocurrency. It doesn't give me any other option, which you can shove that up your ass. And 2, it says that I have to have a working US phone number. So I can't do it in Japan. Anyway, the main show is in the audio only archive, and that is at tstradio.info. That's tstradio.info. Thank you for being a supporter of the show, and we will get started now.
Hello? Anybody home?
Today, I want you to open your mind.
Almost come to the conclusion that the story is so damn big that the mass of people can't deal with it.
We are in process of developing a whole series of techniques to get people actually to love their servitude.
We face a hostile ideology, global in scope, atheistic in character, ruthless in purpose, and insidious in method.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence.
To change the minds and the attitudes and the beliefs of the people to bring about one world socialist totalitarian government.
The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists.
It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the ripping imprint of a boot on the pages of history since the beginning of time.
If you can get people to consent to the state of affairs in which they are living, then you have a much more easily controllable society than you would if you were relying wholly on clubs and firing squads and concentration camps.
Tools of conquest do not necessarily come with bombs and explosions and fallout. There are weapons that are simply thoughts, attitudes, prejudices.
As you connect the dots between different people, organizations, religions, history, suddenly the picture starts to form.
The kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men.
Someone born in the United States is not more special than someone born in Mexico. Someone who is white is not more special than someone who is black. They're just vehicles for the consciousness to experience.
They do not want your children to be educated. They do not want you to think too much.
It was learned that the aliens had been and were then manipulating masses of people through secret societies, witchcraft, magic, the occult, and religion.
They reach into our children in music, television, books.
Prey on children's innocence. How can I disprove lies that are stamped with an official seal?
So if you have the opportunity to stand next to one of these machines, it feels like an altar to an alien god.
Genetic power is the most awesome force the planet's ever seen, but you wield it like a kid that's found his dad's gun.
The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc is now in the possession of the Army.
Too many others know what's happening out there. And no one, no government agency has jurisdiction over the truth. Any state, any entity, any ideology that fails to recognize the worth, the dignity, the rights of man, that state is obsolete. A case to be filed under M for mankind in the Twilight Zone.
It's about time some of you got acquainted with the real hard truth.
It's the heart that says, I will not acquiesce.
Freedom is the privilege to be right. Freedom from the disasters and our mistakes.
You don't connect the dots. It's just a mass of what's all this about.
You are listening to the Secret Teachings Radio. I'm your host, Ryan Gable. Thank you so much for tuning in to TST Radio tonight, September 12th, 2025. It is Friday, and that means we are also broadcasting live on a variety of streaming platforms, including X and Facebook, and mostly on YouTube. All platforms we've been removed from in the past, and all platforms that I suppose after enough time you get let out for good behavior or something like that. But those are the platforms we're on. If you are listening to this show on one of those platforms and watching the video stream, you should know that TST Radio is not a video broadcast. It is an audio broadcast. It's always been an audio broadcast. And it has always been either a radio show and or podcast, or only a radio show. Today, most listeners consume in podcast form on one of the various platforms. And whatever platform you listen on, I thank you so much for supporting the show. Leaving us reviews on Apple would really help us even more, and it's free. For those of you who have bought a book or subscribed, etc., thank you for supporting and keeping this show independent. I do not have all the fancy bells and fancy whistles. I don't want them. I reject them. I attempt to do things my own way. I don't like taking pages out of other people's playbooks or following the script of the left or the right or the alternative or the middle or whatever identity that people have. The thing is, when you follow an identity, you are subject to the criticisms of that identity. You're also subject to the praises of that identity. And I think those things are just a little bit too easy, because even if you're subject to the criticisms of an identity, you have a bunch of people that back you up, a bunch of people that support you because, oh, you're also whatever. You're also a Christian. You're also a Muslim. You're also a conservative. You're also this or that or whatever the next thing. That kind of stuff just gets on my nerves. Plus, I'm not a very personable guy. We were joking about in the pre-show tonight, which if you're in the audio archive, you can go watch the 30-minute or so pre-show. So we're probably going to do that every week on Fridays. We'll do like a pre-show. But we were joking about a lot of listeners in the chat said that this is their second favorite show. I'll remember who you are. Don't worry. But I'm joking around because it's great that people are honest about what their favorite show is. I told them that they're my second favorite listeners. Just being honest and laughing, and it's okay. Who cares? What I do care about, though, is the identity politics and the identity debating and arguing. What I care about is the constant blaming of everybody else for our own personal or societal problems that we create. And tonight's show is called Alpha Bravo Charlie Kirk. I'd like to start by providing my analysis on something that I know is absolutely out of the norm and out of the ordinary, and is something you will not hear anywhere else, for better or for worse. And it goes like this. We will be discussing the story of Charlie Kirk tonight. But before we begin that, for all the Christians and for all the conservatives who find the killing, or for those of you who believe it was staged, the staging, whatever you think, those who believe that the staged or the real killing of Charlie Kirk is the worst thing that's ever happened in the world, and that the death of one person is the turning point, then I think that you're tone deaf, really tone deaf. And I think that conservative Christians are as much a part of the problem as liberal, atheist, usually communist, leftists. I can say that with certainty. I know that the conservative right is equally responsible for the rhetoric. They're equally responsible for the violence. And all these conservative commentators who have said, this is evidence that we need in the United States Jesus. We need Jesus. We need Christ. Well, outside of the debating and arguing over what Christ is, and Christ is a label, it means the anointed, as does the Messiah, it means the anointed. And there's a Hebrew origin to that. There's an Egyptian origin to that. But the point is, if you are a Christian, you must acknowledge that Christianity, not all denominations, but Christianity, has been responsible this decade, not like in history, but this decade, for encouraging, for taunting, for cultivating the violence on the left, in the same way the left has blood all over its hands and face for doing the same on the right. It's convenient when the left and the right fight with each other and leave little key details out of the conversations. But let's put it this way. The movement that is Christianity in the United States of America, I don't know what it is in Russia or South Korea or any other place, but in the United States of America, Christ, or at least the misrepresentation of Christ and the misrepresentation of his teachings, the literal interpretations of his teachings, not to mention the skull-filled Bible and the crazy, psychotic death cult fetish that people have for a verse in the Bible taken out of context that you're supposed to support some political state that was set up in 1948 by Zionists and bankers and Nazis. But besides that point, if the teachings of Christ were actually followed, we would not be in the situation that we're in as a result of what the Christian conservatives have been responsible for promoting. And that is the conditions that lead to things like Charlie Kirk being assassinated. Now, you can be appalled by what I'm saying. You can be confused at what I'm saying. You can say, are you blaming conservatives for doing it? No. I'm not blaming conservatives for doing it. You got me all wrong. That's not what I'm saying. It's a lot deeper than that. What I'm saying is Christian conservatives backed and continue to back the very people that are responsible for the left-wing radicalism, for the left-wing revolutionary Bolshevism. And so long as the conservative right continues to back those left-wing progressive Jews, then the right's going to continue to get this kind of violence out of the political left. So until the Christians recognize that the liberal Jews are not your friends, it's no surprise at all that these kinds of things are happening. This is the stuff that I've seen all over social media. Well, these transgender shooters, who do you think supports transgenderism, folks? Who created LGBTQ? Think about it long and hard. Who created LGBTQ? Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, plus. Jews did. Liberal Jews did. It's a fact of history. It's a fact of contemporary times. From Magnus Hirschfeld, in fact, you could even factor in the feminist movement, which has driven a lot of women to accept these lifestyles. From Magnus Hirschfeld to the feminist movement to the modern LGBTQ movement, liberal Jews have organized all of it. Now, not conservative, orthodox Torah Jews, but the liberal, hyper-leftist, Marxist, communist Jews that tend to own and run most of the media and own and run most of the social media and own and run most of the dating apps and the pornography and the illegal immigration, et cetera, 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 et cetera. And as long as the Christian conservative right continues to support these left-wing liberal Jews, then that's what you're going to get in response. And so you can sit there and you can act surprised. Oh my God, they killed Charlie Kirk. I'm actually surprised they haven't killed more people. I'm actually surprised that it was only Charlie Kirk. And we haven't seen the end of it. We're in the middle of a civil war at the moment. We don't recognize that because we think a civil war has a score and a movie, and there's famous actors in it. And in an hour and 90 or an hour and 30 minutes and 90 minutes, it'll be over and we can go back to our lives. That's not how the real world works. A real civil war is you can still go and have lunch with your friends. You might get shot, you might get blown up, but you can still go have lunch with your friends. A real civil war is you can still go to the movie. You might get killed in the movie, but you can still go to the movie. You can still get on the internet and say what you think to a degree, to a certain extent. But this is war. This is what a civil war looks like. And this is what, for Americans, this is what most of the world goes through all the time. So again, it is the Christian conservatives who have called for war with Islam. That doesn't mean the Muslims haven't called for war with Christianity, but you have to take responsibility. You have called for war. The guy that runs the Department of Defense, i.e. the Department of War, Pete Hegseth, literally called for a modern crusade against Islam. Do you think that's turning the other cheek? Do you think that's maybe kind of the opposite of what Jesus would have taught? Do you think that maybe that is inflammatory? Do you think that maybe encourages the political left that is, quote, allied with Islam, as if that makes any sense, because the political left at the very top are run by liberal, progressive, communist, Marxist Jews who are not Muslims? Do you think that maybe the conservative Christian base is tone deaf? Do you think that we could at least forgive the liberal left because they're mentally ill and drugged up? Do you think that maybe the conservative right is just ignorant of this fact, of where LGBTQ comes from? You can't sit here and say it's trans shooters, trans shooters, trans shooters, trans shooters, trans shooters. We have no idea who's who and what's what. We have no idea. I thought the kid who killed Charlie Kirk, or the 2-3 people, the old guy, everybody's trans even when they're not. And if they are trans, they're also not trans because the left doesn't want to admit that. So I'm really confused about what's going on. And that's all part of the psych warfare. You're not supposed to know what's going on. You're supposed to trust Kash Patel with his shifty eyes. You're supposed to trust Dan Bongino. You're supposed to trust Pam Bondi. You're supposed to trust these people because we're winning. We're winning. But we're not. We're not winning. Conservative Christian values, real conservative Christian values, would not allow for the types of things that modern conservative Christians allow for. You let liberal Jews tear the genitals off your children. You let liberal Jews destroy what could be decent, even educational entertainment. You let liberal Jews destroy your cities with drugs and crime and illegal immigration. And then you defend liberal Jews who are behind all of this. They are the greatest supporters of abortion. They are the greatest supporters of illegal immigration. They are the greatest supporters of LGBTQ, of feminism, of Black Lives Matter, of the women's marches, of all the protests, the anti-American protests. Liberal Jews are behind all of this. And so, until you can say that out loud without being afraid, until you can acknowledge who the real globalists are, the real trans shooters, nothing is going to change. In fact, things will get exponentially worse. This is like some form of Stockholm syndrome. They've got you locked in a basement. You're being tortured, starved, beaten, but you kind of take a liking to your captor. It's not going to get any better. People can tell you that for some clicks and some donations. If you just donate more, we'll fix the problem. No, you won't. If we just pray more, we'll fix the problem. Prayer is great, but prayer isn't going to solve the problem. And you know that other people pray, right? You know, Charlie Kirk was condemning Muslim prayers. And that's the exact problem that I'm talking about. Muslims have a right to pray. I prayed this morning. I did it in front of my little Kamidana Shinto shrine, but I prayed this morning. Is that prayer not valid because I didn't direct it toward a certain interpretation of one interpretation of another interpretation of what we call Jesus Christ or God or something? No, because prayer has nothing to do with externalization. In fact, Jesus taught the opposite. It has to do with internalization. But prayer isn't going to fix it. I mean, prayer is great, but prayer is not going to fix the problem. Unless we argue that, you know, the point of prayer is to internalize things and fix problems. But it's not praying in a sterile external sense doesn't solve the problem. Neither does voting conservative. Would you rather me vote Democrat? No. No, I wouldn't. Objectively, that's worse. But you understand that if you're going to the ballot box and you're clicking Republican, 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 I don't like the liberal Jews or the Freudian slip. I don't like the liberal Democrats. Okay, but when you're a conservative supporting all those liberal ideologies by supporting Israel and by supporting liberal Jews, thinking that they must be conservative because they read the Torah or something, then you're still voting for it. I don't see what's so hard to understand about that. And see, this is part of the problem. I don't want to say it out loud because I don't have like ill will toward the person who just said this in the chat room, but someone just asked, am I a Muslim? What makes you think that I'm a Muslim? I don't understand this dichotomy. Because I am critiquing Christianity, I'm a Muslim? Aren't there like hundreds of other religions that you could say, well, why am I not a follower of Zarathustra? Why am I not a practicer of Tao? Why am I not I just don't understand this. It's a serious question for who asked that in the chat. Like, why do you genuinely think that I'm a Muslim because I'm saying this? It doesn't make any sense, this jumping to conclusions. It doesn't make any, I mean, hell, I understand it's the same thing with food. It's like, I don't eat chemicals. You must be a Seventh-day Adventist. No, I'm not. I just don't eat chemicals. That's kind of the point of what I started the show with. These identities, I understand why people need identities. I have an identity to some point, but like we cannot solve problems with identities. These identities don't solve problems. They create more problems. I think Jackie in the chat is also right. What does it even matter? It doesn't. It shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter. If I was a Muslim, what's the problem with being a Muslim? What is the problem with being a follower of Allah? It's the same thing. It's just God. I'm not. But what would be? Is that a crime? See, this is the problem. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Do you know how many Christian conservative people in the last week alone have said we should ban Islam? We should ban Sharia law. Do you even know what Sharia law is? It's prayer. If you can ban Sharia law, like the state of Texas said, that means you can ban Christians from praying. Does anybody have any idea outside of our little community of people here we're talking and thinking, do you have any idea how dangerous this is? Did you not see the people on X? Well, Rabbi Shmuley was one of them, but the other people on X, I don't know, maybe you didn't see this. I have a screenshot of it. I saved. I'll show you later if we get into the images section of tonight's show, saying that the Trump administration is going to just execute this person when they find out who killed Charlie Kirk. Great. So no due process of law. Nobody asks any questions. Hey, did you do it? Are you a patsy? We'll just kill them fast to make sure that they can't plead that they're innocent. Just no due process of law. That's fine. We don't need due process. What happened after the stabbing on the train? The crazy, insane criminal that stabbed the girl. What happened? I'm intentionally not using names or trying to stay away from the identities for the time being. Just crazy, insane stabbing on the train. What did we say about that? We got to have National Guard on the train. Like, do these conservative people not understand what they're saying? You want National Guard troops on your train, and then I'm supposed to like feel sympathy with you when the liberals call you a fascist Nazi who wants people on the street checking your papers. They do too, by the way, but I'm supposed to feel sympathy with the conservatives for saying that? You are. That's what you are. Clearly, although it's not Nazi Germany, it's more like Soviet Russia, but that's a whole nother subject. You can't just, because you're scared, say, well, let's just have troops on the street. There's no need for due process. We know this guy did it, so just kill him. Who cares? Oh, wait, Sharia law. I heard somebody, Jew lover, Muslim hater, 13 on the internet said that Sharia law means that women get beaten with sticks and that if you're not a Muslim, they kill you. That's not what Sharia law is, but nobody cares. And if you can ban that, you can sure as hell ban the practices that you hold dear, which are the same practices, giving to the church, praying, stuff like that. So the thing is, I don't think that Christian conservatives can fully be to blame. We're just on point number one here for the record. There's a lot more to talk about tonight. I don't think conservative Christians can fully be to blame, because I think a lot of them are really, really, really naive, like really naive. And I think that Christian conservatives don't understand that, number one, they support, by supporting Israel and liberal Jews, the very things that they hate: the abortion, the transgenderism, the war. Well, I guess a lot of Christian conservatives do love war. My bad. But they support all those things, the violent riots and protests that they want Trump to stop. Well, you could stop them if you stop supporting Israel, because they're the ones that are behind it. But all those things that you hate, you're supporting that by supporting Israel and those liberal Jews. It's just a fact. And then the conservative Christians, while they support those things but then speak out against it, they must be naive and not understand that if you are going to repeat the talking points of, we got to ban Islam, how fast do you think Christianity would then be banned? Who attacks Christianity anyway? Nonstop on a daily basis. Hollywood? The media? Who runs Hollywood and the media? It's not Muhammad. It's Greenowitz and Silverberg and Goldstein. That's who runs the media. That's who constantly attacks Christians. That's who constantly attacks Jesus. Is it naivety or is it denial? Misto Stokos in the chat, I think, just found the right word. It's denialism is what it is. So you support those things while rejecting them, in denial about who's responsible for them. And then you run around accurately whining about how your faith is under attack, while you also attack other faiths and set the precedent for your faith to be eliminated. But it's all okay. It's all okay because Jesus, and that's the cult aspect of it. Just saying Jesus doesn't make any sense. Nick Fuentes said, we just need Jesus in this country. Well, what Jesus are you talking about? He's a Catholic. I grew up Baptist. A lot of you grew up in a variety of different households. Which Jesus is it? First of all. Second of all, if we're talking about Christ, well, that's a slightly different thing than just Jesus, because there's lots of different Christs. Krishna was Christ too. Buddha's a Christ. Odin was Christ. Prometheus was Christ. Amaterasu is Christ. The sun goddess of the Cherokee is Christ. And numerous Amazonian tribes, the sun goddess is there, or the daughter of the sun, also a Christ. Which Christ are we talking about? Are you talking about institutional religion? Nick Fuentes is talking about the Catholic Church. Are you kidding me? They're the only ones that give the Jews a run for their money when it comes to pedophilia. Which Christ do we need? Which Jesus do you need? The one that backs Israel? The one that backs genocide? The one that backs LGBTQ? The one that all those churches with rainbow flags flying on them? That Jesus? We don't even know what the fuck we're talking about. We just say shit because, oh, it's Jesus. And people are like, yeah, Jesus, let me get my credit card and donate. Let me get my debit card out and send you money. Do you take PayPal? Because Jesus. It's a scam. It's like Russell Brand using Jesus. You think that man's a Christian? You think he cares about Jesus? It's disgusting. It's really disgusting. Why am I, who's not a Christian, more upset about people pretending to be Christians to make money than Christians actually are about it? Why am I more upset about Jews critiquing and condemning at the conservative and liberal ends of that spectrum? Why am I more upset about Hollywood and the media condemning Christianity than Christians are? Well, you might think that you're upset, but when you find out who's actually responsible for it, you run away and hide because you're in denial. Because if Silverberg condemns Christianity, well, I mean, there were like hundreds of years of pain and suffering, so it's okay. If he's got an issue with Jesus, I understand it. His grandfather survived like 47 concentration camps, and the showers just didn't work in any of them. So it's understandable if he condemns Christ. It's okay. But if a Muslim who loves Christ says, I'm going to pray, you can't pray, ban Islam. It's disgusting. Jeff Anderson in the chat room. I should bring some of these up on the screen here. Jeff Anderson in the chat room accurately identified the problem. Jesus equals money. Yep, there's a great Ghost song about that too. Yep, that's it. That's the problem. Because it's money. It's money. It's power. What kind of lowlife, not like someone who has no self-respect, probably who watches Ben Shapiro, is like, this guy's a great Jew. I'm going to give him money. Did you guys see Rabbi Shmuley after Kirk was assassinated? Rabbi Shmuley literally went onto his social media platforms and said, I need money because Kirk was killed and now they're going to kill me. Literally a disgusting, pig-faced, orc-faced rabbi said, well, they killed this Christian guy, so now that means they want to kill me as a Jew. I need money to protect myself. Unbelievable. Or is it believable? I really don't know. Is it? I'm using that as a figure of speech, but really I think it's actually very believable. It's very believable that this pig face, orc face rabbi would go onto social media and be like, yeah, sure. I need money because they tried to kill me too. Give me money. Money me now. More money. I need money. Like, you could not create a worse or a better stereotype than Rabbi Shmuley. He is a walking, talking Jewish stereotype. You can see on your screen right now, these are screenshots of the urgent appeal, protect Rabbi Shmuley. This was like a few hours, or maybe the day, it was the day of, a few hours after Kirk was shot. And hey, they did the same exact thing with the Annunciation Church shooting. This kid hated Jews, so he decided to kill some Christians. Sure, that makes sense. Makes plenty of sense. He hated Jews, so he killed Christians. I don't know why anybody's confused. Why am I confused about that? That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Like, what are people so scared of? I know you in the chat get this, and you listening to this show get this, but in general, like, what are people so scared of? I don't get it. What are you scared of being shot like Charlie Kirk? Are you scared of having, if you have a following of people online, are you afraid of them thinking something poorly of you? Well, what's the deal here? A disgusting, I say pig face. He literally, if Harvey Weinstein were not used as the model for the pig orc in Lord of the Rings, which is true, it's a fact, then Rabbi Shmuley would have been a runner-up. He could have sat in the studio while they molded the face for it. I'm not joking about that. Literally, Harvey Weinstein was used as the basis for the pig orc. Rabbi Shmuley would literally be a stand-in backup replacement for Harvey Weinstein for Lord of the Rings. And this man, I watched the video, and it was actually, I've seen people get shot before. I've lived in some really nasty areas. My neighbor got stabbed. Another neighbor got killed. I've heard people get shot. I've seen people get shot. I've seen the blood in the hallway where someone got stabbed to death next door to me in my apartment, my shithole apartment. One night I went outside to go get something to eat. I went to my car. There was a guy sitting next to my car. He said, hey, how you doing? Smoking a cigarette. I'm suspicious. I just was like, hello. And I left. Came back, turns out that's the guy who went and murdered my neighbor. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff, and I watched the Kirk thing, and I thought, this is just like, this made me want to throw up. And Rabbi Shmuley decided to just do a Jew thing and just went online and was like, I need money because they killed Charlie Kirk. They're going to kill me too. Like, you can't create a better stereotype. It's disgusting. It's not even disgusting. It's actually fucking repulsive That's why people don't like Jews, because you do stuff like that. Because someone gets their neck blown off on camera and you say, I need money. That's why people don't like you. And if you're Jewish, you need to start saying that out loud. And if you're Christian, you need to decouple from Israel. You need to decouple from the liberal Jews, because you are the problem. You are the... You ever watch My 600-Pound Life? And Dr. Now's like, why are you eating so much? You gained 300 pounds. And the mom's sitting there, I just don't know. But do you keep bringing them the food? Then you are an enabler. Yes. Jews are the 600-pound elephant in that TV show. And Christians are the mother sitting next to them being like, well, I don't know. He wants food, so I bring it to him. Actually, you know what a great representation of this is? Watch the movie Spirited Away. If you watch the movie Spirited Away and you see No Face, and No Face is giving gold to people, and people are so greedy, they'll do anything. They bring him food, anything. And then he starts eating people. But it's okay, because as long as you might get gold, you'll still give him stuff. You might get eaten, but it's okay, because you might get some gold out. Now, the gold is not real, of course. It's fake. But that's exactly what this relationship is. And we're going to change and shift gears here in a second. And this show is going to be a lot longer than 2 hours tonight. I'm not sure exactly how long, but longer than 2 hours. Here we're doing the show live at the moment. But this is the best analogy that I can come up with. I mean, this is it. I'm going to show it to you too if you've never seen the movie. This is the relationship. I'm going to pull it up. This is the relationship between Christians and Jews in the United States. Here it is. This is the relationship right here. He offers you gold, and you take it because you're a greedy motherfucker. And the more you take, the more he consumes. Bigger he gets, the more powerful he gets. You keep taking the gold, even if you might get eaten. And that's exactly what the Christians do with and to the Jews. The Jews they give them some money, a pat on the head. You're a good Christian. Sure, we killed your savior, but we love you because you love us. And it's a great relationship. And that's the gold that they give the Christians. They stroke their ego. They jerk them off. They tell them how great Christians are for supporting Israel. And then they eat you. And it turns into this. But it's okay. It's okay, because when the Jews eat the Christians, it's okay because a rabbi blessed them beforehand. They're kosher. It's okay. This is the problem. You might think, I tuned in to hear about Charlie Kirk tonight. You're going to hear about it, but you need to understand the basis for this. You need to understand the reason why there are radical, extremist, left-wing, liberal, lunatic wackos who do the kinds of things that people are accusing whoever it was that actually shot Charlie Kirk. The Christian conservatives are responsible for it. I don't know why this is not understood. It needs to be understood. In fact, it's one of the most critical things before you can ever address the Charlie Kirk situation. I'll conclude and transition on this. When you have people that are blaming Muslims for Charlie Kirk's death, when you have people blaming the Mormons for Charlie Kirk's death, when you have people blaming the liberals or the libtards for Charlie Kirk's death, when you have people blaming the trans community for Charlie Kirk's death, perhaps all those things are valid. Maybe they are. Maybe the kid was Free Palestine. I don't know. Maybe he was a Mormon. They said he was. Okay. Maybe the shooter or the multiple shooters or whoever it was, I have no idea, but I'm just working off the mainstream narrative here. Maybe he also, liked like watching hentai porn. Who knows? Whatever the case is, whatever identity you want to give the person, whatever you want to associate the person with, it might all be to some extent true. But who is behind all that? Who runs the LGBTQ? When you answer that question, then you'll have the solution to the problem. It's not the final solution, but it is a solution. You'll have identified who's really responsible for this stuff. And hey, Charlie Kirk himself knew that. He knew that. He said it, which is why people speculate that's why he was shot, because he said exactly what I'm saying, just in fewer words and with a Bible in his hand. This isn't about hating Jews. You're a fucking idiot if you think this is about hating Jews. For neo-Nazis or whatever you think you are, you're like, oh, this guy's great, I'll listen to him. Fuck you. You're a piece of garbage, just like all the libtards and all the conservative Christians that back this trash and then want to play victim. And I'm pretty sure all the neo-Nazis that are like, yeah, white supremacy. Let me tell you something. Why don't you take a little time to go to the library and read a book about Nazi Germany? You and your tattoos and your drugs would have been rounded up, and you would have probably been forced to do hard labor for the Nazis. They didn't like tattoos. They didn't like drugs. They didn't like bums, which is what most of you neo-Nazis are. Bums, losers, trash. Just like the Jews you hate so much that destroy the world with their porn and their pedophilia and their corruption. The stuff that they'll do, the stuff that these people will do to their own people. That's why people suspect Israel. But I thought Charlie loved Israel. They don't care. They will kill their own people. They will kill their own supporters. They don't care. Plus, he was a Christian. You think they care? You know those two Jews that were killed in Washington? You know what kind of Jews they were? One of them was a reformist Jew, and one of them was a Messianic Jew. That conveniently gets left out of the equation. That's an important piece of information because they weren't like hardcore Israeli Jews. They were reformist Jews and Messianic Jews, you know, the kinds of Jews that the Zionists really, really hate. So they have no problem whacking a couple of them. When you can say this out loud, then you will have evolved and graduated to the next stage in recognizing what the problem is and who's responsible for it. We're almost there. Globalists, transgender shooters, abortion, illegal immigration. We're almost there. Almost. When you can say this is who's responsible, then we evolve into something else. And this is where things get scary, because when you evolve to the next stage, now you're going to get war, lots of war. Because anytime in human history where people have evolved to the next stage, that's all that you get. You get war. Could be a world war, could be isolated I don't know, but you're going to get war. That's it. You're going to get war. You're going to get war, and you're going to die so that people can collect a few more gold bars. When you recognize what the problem is and you say it out loud, just imagine if Christianity and Islam said, you know what? We have a few differences, but we have a lot in common. And the common problem is clearly Israel. So let's solve that problem. A lot of our problems in the world would be fixed. They would be. But the Muslims are invading. No, Jewish and Christian terrorists destroyed the Arab world, tried to, drove people by the tens of millions into countries like the United States and all over Europe, and then said it's all the Muslims. No, it's the Christians and the Jews that created the wars that led to these crises And then they selected the worst of the Muslim Arab world to send them into your countries to create more hatred of Islam so that you'll go to war with them. Rather than having people get together, they've decided to drive an even bigger wedge, and the Christians are just too scared to say anything. So that's why Christians are largely responsible for this. You keep supporting it, you're going to get the same exact kind of end game. All right, now that's 45 minutes on my introduction. I'm trying to keep things simple, but it's necessary and important to say this out loud. It is. It's important to say this out loud because it's the truth. That's it. And I mean, the thing is, it's not even like a hard truth to confirm. It's verifiable. All you have to do is read Israeli newspapers. Biggest supporters of abortion, biggest supporters of LGBTQ. The capital of LGBTQ is Tel Aviv. The biggest supporters of illegal immigration, the biggest supporters of liberal policies and progressivism and Marxism and communism, the biggest supporters of all the protests, especially the ones against Trump, all the organized movements against the United States of America. The flag's bad, the church is bad, the Bible's bad, conservatives are bad. Who is behind all that? When you can say it, you will have a solution to your problem. But if you don't say it because you're scared and you keep supporting those people, you are equally responsible, is the point. Equally responsible. And I'm pretty sure, because I've read the Bible, that Jesus really didn't like the Pharisees. Really didn't like the Pharisees. And you know what the funniest thing about the Bible is? Do you know what Jesus says to the Pharisees in the Bible? They accuse him of being the Son of God. And Jesus says to the Pharisees, and I'm paraphrasing because I wasn't there and I don't trust the red ink in the Bible, but I'm going to paraphrase from the 3,000 interpretations. Jesus says to the Pharisees, actually, that's your accusation? I'll let you figure that one out for yourself. The Pharisees say to Jesus, you claim to be the Son of God. And Jesus says, no, that's your claim. Jesus wasn't the literal Son of God. It's even in the Bible. He was a metaphoric Son of God. The Muslims know that. The Jews even know that, except they also just don't like him because what he was preaching against was the power of the Pharisees and their lies and perversions. But if you really want to be like Jesus, you would be like Jesus, and you'd flip some shit over. The tables of the money changers that are doing that business in the temple. That would be Jesus. You wouldn't be supporting pedophiles and perverts and rapists and murderers and drugs and crime and all that while thinking you're fighting against it. That's just called live action role playing. All right, so let us transition into really the main part of tonight's show. I honestly didn't even think I'd have so much to say about this, but there's a tremendous amount, I think, of backstory that needs to be unfolded and ironed out a little bit before we can really go any further. Okay, so let's do this. Let me pull up what I have. I've prepared a number of different sections for tonight's show. And this is the thing. I know people get upset or like frustrated, like, why don't you just like talk about it? Are you trying to get super chats on YouTube? No, I don't do super chats on YouTube. In fact, I haven't even promoted the show at all in an hour. I care about getting people to ask questions. I care about obvious things. Like, is a trans shooter. Really? Who's behind the transgender movement? Magnus Hirschfeld? Who's behind transgenderism? I want people to ask these questions. I'm not dragging this out. I, on the other hand, would like to shorten it. You can't do that. This is the problem. By the way, Ashton Forbes, you know that guy? Ashton Forbes saw that we did that MH370 show, and he asked me online, he said, what's the spark notes of it? I'm thinking, well, for a guy that invented free energy devices and was selling them, you need the spark notes? We don't have time for spark notes. We need to sit down and go through the details of everything every angle. We don't need spark notes. What kind of loser says, you got the spark notes on that, bro? No, there's no fucking spark notes. It's like 10,000 different things that we have to look at. There's no spark notes on that. And there's no spark notes on this subject either. I know what you want me to say. I know that the Republicans and the conservatives and the liberals and the Democrats want me to blame the other side. I know that if I put a piece of cloth on my head like this, I can be like, Jews, oh my God, we were so oppressed, and you'll give me money. I know that if I say that I'm a Christian, you'll give me money. But the thing is, none of that actually matters. I personally don't care one way or the other who's responsible for it, who did it. It doesn't really matter because the outcome is the same. The outcome is the political right saying, you know what, that's it, gloves off. It's time for the war. How many people have you seen post something to that effect? We tried to talk to these people. We tried to debate these people, and they shot us. Great. What's the solution now? What are you going to do? Go kill some of them? Is that what you want to do? You want to start a hot war in the streets? Is that what you want to do? It's not going to end like the movie Civil War. Is this what we want to do? And look at the people that were promoting these. Laura Loomer was one of them. Same talking point. We tried debating. We can't debate any longer. You chose this. You chose what? You chose, what are you going to do? Just go start killing people? They want to just execute the shooter with no trial. No due process? We'll kill him real quick, just like Oklahoma City, just like JFK. Let's make sure we kill him fast so we can't ask any questions like, did you work alone? Are you guilty? Did you actually do it? No, we'll have Jack Rubenstein kill the suspect so nobody can figure out what happened. We'll hurry with the execution to make sure that we don't figure out who John Doe number 2 is in the Oklahoma City bombing. Got to get him fast. Got to kill him fast so we don't ask any questions. Sig in the chat says, Laura Loomer got a nose job. Yes, she did. She got a whole face job, and she eats dog food. She is a demon. And what was she posting? Post the same stuff. We're gonna have to do. We can't debate these people anymore. Okay, then what's your solution? You're not going to debate them anymore. So what are you going to do? You're just going to go start killing people? Zach in the chat said, Laura Loomer is kind of hot. I'm ashamed to say. You might get kicked from the chat for saying that. If she's hot, it's only because she's burning in one of the multiple rings of hell. Although she'd actually be frozen, but that doesn't. I can dim you to freeze to death. That doesn't have the same effect as burn to death. But yeah, she's frozen in hell. I know that you're probably kidding in the chat room. I know, Zach. All right. Anyway, so I saw this article from The Atlantic. Let's get started. The Atlantic said, strawberries in winter. Most Americans do not want civil war. Anyone who is declaring it should stop. That's an honest headline from The Atlantic. I won't waste my time reading most of this article because, it's behind a paywall. We can get access to it if we use one of those websites. But just the idea that this is the headline or one of the headlines on September 11th. Most Americans do not want the civil war. What do most Americans want? I think most Americans want different things. I liked that movie, Civil War. What kind of an American are you? What kind of American are you? Do you support that side or that side? Which side do you support? Which side are you on? Where are you from? Florida? Baltimore? Tennessee? Los Angeles? Where are you from? What kind of an American are you? It's probably one of the best lines in cinema in years. What kind of an American are you? And look at where we are 25 years after 9/11. Civil war. And I want you to think about this in context. We have gone from Americans thinking, I don't understand why these Muslims would kill a bunch of people on 9/11 and they do it and blow up the World Trade Center. And I don't, why would they do that? Why? I don't understand. We've gone from that to we need to ban Islam and we're pretty much ready for a civil war, ready to kill each other. Patriot Girl in the chat says the uncomfortable fact, America is a wrap. Yes, it is. And when I saw Charlie Kirk get shot, I thought the exact same thing. That's the end of it. You better pack up your stuff and go home. Protect your kids and your family because they're raping everybody up in here. That's the solution to the problem, is to recognize there is no America, there is no Constitution anymore, there is no republic, there is no Congress, there is no Senate, there is no executive branch, there is nothing but absolute power and tyranny manifesting in a variety of different forms through a variety of different outlets, all vying for the ultimate power. Ready to kill anybody and everybody in the process to get it. Now we're prepped for a civil war. We were all loving each other right after 9/11. Everybody loved each other. Everybody in New York was kind to each other, and people were like, oh, you're an American and you okay. But now we're ready to kill each other. How does it happen in 25 years? In 25 years, we have gone, and this is important considering the date of Kirk's assassination. This is very important. We have gone from maybe we didn't like each other as much as we should have, but we learned our lesson and we know that the Muslims hate us, so we should come together. We've gone from that to we want to kill family members and we will excommunicate family members because they voted for a candidate that we didn't like. We're ready to go to war with each other physically because a few people got shot. Now, the thing is, serious question, do you think Charlie Kirk's life, and I actually have a lot of respect for Charlie Kirk for the stuff that he did, talking to people. I don't agree with everything, but I think that he made really great positive changes. But do you think that Charlie Kirk's life is any better than this individual who will just disappear in the history books, or rather not even the history books, than this illegal immigrant who was beheaded, or who did behead a Dallas motel manager? Do you think his life is any more important than the hotel manager who was beheaded with a machete? Context and individual cases require individual analysis. The illegal immigrant who did this is a subhuman. The hotel manager might not have been a great person, but I don't know if they deserve to have their head chopped off and thrown down the parking lot like a soccer ball. Question, did you hear that in the news, or were you really busy with the Charlie Kirk situation and trying to be a sleuth and figure out what happened? Because this is the whole country. Smash and grab, cars break down the front door of jewelry shops, and then gangs rush in like it's a mission on GTA. People having their heads chopped off and rolled down the road. This is a daily occurrence in the United States. Daily. I love when someone messages me and they said, you talk about this, you must hate America. Did you hear that there was just something that happened in Tokyo or something that happened in some part of Japan? Yeah, people commit crimes here. They do. The thing is, when they commit crimes, usually they're arrested and many people are deported. We don't do that in the United States. We coddle them. What is the problem with this story here? I understand that Charlie Kirk was inspirational. He was. I watched a lot of his videos. He's a great public speaker. I understand that he got people to vote. This is a positive thing. In a lot of ways, ironically, he probably helped to delay a lot of the more aggressive forms of liberal Marxism. But at the same time, you cannot say his life was any more important than someone else's life just on the surface. Now, more than this illegal immigrant, yeah, this is a subhuman piece of garbage who decapitated this person. But there's two different things here you need to understand. One, nobody cares that this guy had his head cut off because he wasn't Charlie Kirk. Two, regardless of what happened to Charlie Kirk, this kind of stuff happens every day in the United States. And it is a problem that if you study history, you will learn that this kind of behavior, these kinds of crimes are commonplace because of a corrupting political ideology. I don't even know if you can call it political, honestly. Learn about how the Bolsheviks took over Russia. It didn't happen overnight. It didn't happen in a month or two. It happened over many, many, many different months. It happened over a period of at least a year or more. And this is how they did it. By literally cutting people's heads off. By overrunning and overwhelming the entire society with crime. This is what Mao Zedong did in China. They executed or they excommunicated all of the, quote, nationalists and capitalists. This is what's happening in the United States. Patriot Girl in the chat said, I'm reading about the Romanov royal family now. Yes. Doesn't mean that they're great people. But if you read about the Romanovs, The Last Days of the Romanovs is a great book. You'll learn who was responsible for it, who did it, and how they did it. If you read Frank Decoder's 3-part series on the history of the revolution in China, you know what they used to do in China? They used to put little labels on packages that were trigger warnings for people. They used to confine people to their homes unless they got their vaccines. Do those two things sound a little bit familiar? They let gangs roam the streets and rape and steal and murder people. Sound familiar? That's what, this isn't just crime out of control. This is organized chaos. Zifnab in the chat said Yuri Bezmenov outlined all of this to a T. Yes, he did. And how long did he say it would take to fully destabilize? Approximately the period of time between 9/11 and now. This is normal, commonplace. And this is not going to change. This is going to get exceptionally worse. But that's not positive, Ryan. No, it's not. But how are we supposed to have any hope? You're not supposed to have any hope. But I'm also not saying don't have hope. What I'm saying is stop holding false hope. Trump isn't going to save you. Patel isn't going to save you. Bongino isn't going to save you. Bondi isn't going to save you. These people are actively working to do the opposite. They are protecting pedophiles in the church. Literally. They are protecting the pharmaceutical industry. Literally. Particularly Pfizer, who Bondi used to work for. They are protecting an elite ring of human traffickers and pedophiles and blackmailers and intelligence agencies. They are not your friends. They are not on your side, and they are making the problem way, 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 way worse. How do you know if it's false hope or real hope? Well, real hope is you wake up every day neutral. Real hope is you look at every story neutrally. That's real hope. Because it gives you the opportunity to possibly find something positive. But if you just look at everything, I'm going to find the positive in this. At least this guy didn't get his head cut off in front of kids, right? That's a positive. No, it's not a positive. He still got his head cut off. And nobody cares because Charlie Kirk got shot. I understand. I know why. Rationally, I get it. I understand why one is more important than the other. But you also can't just neglect human life, because that means that you are no better than the illegal immigrant who beheaded this person. If you're just going to disregard human life. What about this story? 16-year-old Colorado school shooter was radicalized by extremist network. I don't know if anybody even heard about this story because it happened the day Charlie Kirk was shot. An extremist network, which we all know usually is like the FBI or the CIA or maybe the Mossad, maybe British intelligence. I don't know, probably like the FBI. Happens all the time. Here's another rational question to ask. You don't have to ask it, but I'd encourage you to ask it, at least consider it. How come if these people, like this 16-year-old kid, if these people are going to commit an act of violence, they were, quote, radicalized, why exactly do they target schools? Let me ask that a different way. When you see a terrorist attack or whatever you want to call it in other countries, usually, not always, usually, even if civilians are being attacked, it's for a specific political reason. If you just have random people that target children consistently, that's a pattern. It doesn't matter if they're white, brown, black, gay, straight, they like, I don't know, whatever. That's a pattern. Clearly, somebody is radicalizing and brainwashing these people to kill kids. And usually, a lot of cases, Christian kids. That was even going back to Columbine. It was the same thing. I was in Christian school, and they used to tell us they came into the school and they asked the kids, "Are you a Christian?" And the kids, "I'm a Christian," and they blew the girls' brains out. Maybe that was the Christians exploiting the story, for their own benefit, like the Jews have Charlie Kirk for their own benefit, or the Annunciation School for their own benefit. Why don't kids like this, though? I seriously don't understand it. I don't get why, if you're disenfranchised with whatever, in the case of the Annunciation shooting, it was supposedly Jews. Why kill Christians? Kids. If you're disenfranchised with like the US government, I don't get this. Why, for the most part, there have been isolated cases like with Kavanaugh and with a couple members of Congress. I mean, Rand Paul, that was a neighbor dispute. But for the most part, like, why don't they target government officials? I don't understand this. The reason they don't target government officials and the reason they target kids is because it's organized. That's why. Because if you're organizing this, you're not going to have them attack yourself and your colleagues. You're going to have them attack innocent people that you can exploit after the fact to push for gun control or whatever the case might be. That's why it's staged. Yes, people die. Yes, it's real. Sometimes they're trans. Sometimes they're white. Sometimes they're crazy. Sometimes they're a patsy. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. The point is, if you hate the government, why do you go kill innocent kids? Because it's traumatic, because it's emotional, and because it can be used and exploited. Not only does nobody care, for the most part, if someone were to shoot at or kill a government official, but it's just like 9/11. They didn't like our freedom. Okay, why not blow up the Statue of Liberty? Why attack financial institutions? That seems real suspicious to me. If you hate the government, why go kill kids at a school? You hate Jews, why go kill Christian kids? This doesn't make any sense. Why are people not asking these questions? Clearly, obviously, these kids that do this type of stuff are being, as this particular article says, they are being radicalized by an extremist network. The question is, who's behind the extremist network? We always stop there. Who's behind the extremist network? Who's behind the globalists? Who's behind LGBTQ? I honestly don't know who's behind the extremist network, but probably the same kinds of people that were involved with Epstein. Don't know. I really don't know. But it doesn't make any sense. You hate the government, so you go kill kids. You hate Jews, so you go kill Christians. This doesn't make any sense. Just imagine, think about this the other way. I hate Muslims, and then you go kill Jews, or it's like Buddhists or something. Like, what is that? It doesn't make any sense. Am I the only one who sees this and hears this? I know I'm not. I know most of you listen to the show see this, but like, where are the other people that are pointing this out? My God, even most of the courageous alternative media now, what the hell do these people do? They literally are like promoting mainstream narratives, or they're creating their own narratives and promoting them. People want news, right? You want news. News. InfoWars is tomorrow's news today. I don't give a shit about the news. What I care about is critical thinking and reasoning with the subjects, the topic, the case that we're dealing with, and trying to provide some context. This is why I didn't jump on doing a show on Thursday on Charlie Kirk. And honestly, tonight was supposed to be a show with our guests. Our friend Mike D got caught up with work, so he's unable to join us. And it worked out that we're able to do this show tonight. But the point is, I would feel disgusted to just go on air immediately and be like, let me tell you what happened, because I don't know, and I still don't know, and nobody's saying that they know. And every person who has any kind of platform is telling you they're a trans shooter. No, they're a white shooter. No, they're an NRA supporter. No, they're a libtard. No, they're this, they're that. Nobody knows. Nobody has any clue. And that's the point. It's supposed to be chaos. That's part of the destabilization process. That's part of the demoralization process that Yuri Bezmenov talked about. Moose Girl in the chat says it's a constantly changing story. Yes, it is a constantly changing story for those exact reasons I just outlined. The Annunciation shooting was the exact same way. So who's doing the radicalization? Who's responsible for the radicalization? Who does it? We stop though. We stop at that point. Who's responsible for LGBTQ? We stop at that point. You know, these people that are all over Blue Sky and the internet saying that they're happy that Charlie was shot. Yeah, those are subhumans. Those are subhumans, absolutely subhumans. But see, the thing is, we shouldn't be just arresting and putting these people in jail with no trial. But that's the equal and opposite reaction to the leftist political ideology that has been thrust on us by the people that the conservative Christians back with no question and no concern. That's why everybody is guilty. And that's why we're not on the verge of a war. We're in the middle of a war. It's just like with COVID too. It's the same thing. The mask mandate goes into effect at 8:10 a.m. At 8:09 a.m., no problem. 8:10, that's when the virus starts. That's not how the world works. That's how people think it works, but that's not how the world works. The same thing with war. How do you think the history books are going to be written about what's happening now in the United States? When did the war start? 2016, 2025, the turning point that is Kirk's assassination. When does the war actually begin? Who knows? Somebody will write that in the future, and maybe it's relevant, maybe it's not relevant. We have no idea. Let's start with a few things here for photographs. I've taken a lot of photographs of different things that I wanted to show you. And I'll just comment on all of these as we go through it. Let me pull up. I've got multiple different tabs open here for pictures. I'm going to consolidate them, and we'll go through some of these things. Not necessarily in any particular order, but we will go through a few of them here. Let me pull this up in live real time. Give me one moment, please. Alrighty, so I have the images up, and let me pull them onto the screen. We're an hour and 15 minutes into the actual show. We have a lot to get to. Maybe I'm just really bad at this, but I feel like there's a lot that needs to be said before you get into each little detail. All right, so this first image, this is a screenshot of the FBI director, Kash Patel, saying that the person who they believe did the shooting was they have him in custody. And then a little bit later, had him in custody. A little bit later, they released him from custody. There were reports of multiple people having been arrested. People screaming, "I did it." For example, some guy named Mr. Zinn, who we will look at some point here too. But all this stuff is just confusing because, the thing is, giving respect where respect is due. If you're the FBI, you are expected to be the best, and you are expected to have a solution. And if you don't, you're not doing your job. And that expectation is unrealistic, and it results in innocent people getting arrested for things they didn't do. And it's not really important that we get a suspect right away. What's important is we get the right suspect. And if we do have the right suspect, we don't let him go. Even if this person, they didn't think they did it. Why did they arrest him in the first place? Because clearly you can charge them with something. Why didn't they charge this person? Why did they let them go? That's exactly what the liberal judges do. Let them go. Just let them go. Who knows? That person could have been the real shooter. Who knows? We have no idea. We're not supposed to know the answer. This post went viral from Harrison Smith, who I've gained a little bit of respect for, or a lot more respect for recently, I should say, considering his some of his commentary. He's a nice guy. I've actually been on his show before when Kriston Harris hosted it. Harrison seems like a pretty good guy. I'd like to actually get Harrison Smith on this show, as a matter of fact. But Harrison Smith said this, and I was really surprised that he said it. I'm not going to name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie Kirk thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them. Well, I'm pretty sure everybody feels that way because you made a deal with the devil. And if you made a deal with Israel, then you will be put into that situation if you ever decide to turn against them. But what I found probably the most interesting of all, and I will take 30% credit for this and then give 70% credit to the listener who actually sent me the image. When I saw where Charlie Kirk was shot, when I saw the actual location, like the area, I thought, that looks really familiar. Really familiar. So I'm taking 30% credit. I'll give 70% credit to a listener named Rupert, because a listener named Rupert sent me a screenshot and apparently realized what it was. And this is what it was. This is what it is. This is the location Charlie Kirk was shot. Take a look at that for a moment. There's a couple of them we can pull up here. Does that suspiciously, to you, maybe it's not suspicious, but I don't know, suspiciously to me, it looks like something I've seen before, you know, like a menorah. Just a little bit. I mean, that is crazy. It's not like there's two lines and it's kind of got the same general outline. No, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the central pillar where Kirk was assassinated, right there in the middle. Now that is not coincidental. I saw some people on social media saying, well, one time Charlie Kirk gave a talk and he was standing on a black and white floor. And, you know, that kind of stuff is so stupid and irritating. Matter of fact, one of the videos I saw had like 30,000 hits. I was like, are you kidding me? This presentation tonight won't get more than 500 views on YouTube. Tens of thousands in the archive, but 500, maybe 500 on YouTube. But if you say, oh, it's a black and white Masonic floor, that must mean that the Masons did it. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. So here's the thing. Do you know when General Patton was almost killed and then later died? He was supposed to die on Hanukkah, the middle of Hanukkah. He survived, and then he died in the hospital on the winter solstice. General Patton wanted to eliminate the Soviet Jewish threat in Russia, rightfully so. And then they try to kill him on Hanukkah. So that's a coincidence, or is that I'm not supposed to say that? Or like it seems suspicious to me. He says the Jews are a virus. We need to eliminate this communist threat now. Hanukkah. And then the winter solstice. And then Charlie Kirk is killed literally in the middle of a menorah. Is that a coincidence? Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But it seems really, really, really weird to me. I'm leaving that on the screen so you can take a look at it yourself. That is bizarre, isn't it? Very bizarre. It looks like a menorah. Maybe that's just a coincidence. It's very possible that it is just a coincidence. Okay, maybe it is. I've shown you this earlier. This is Rabbi Shmuley taking advantage and exploiting Charlie Kirk's death. You know, he calls his friend. Don't you love what a weak, worm, pathetic loser this guy is? The way he talks. How dare you say that about the Jews? Oh my God. Have you ever seen this guy pretend like he's getting attacked somewhere? He is, oh my God, this guy is below subhuman, trying to make money off of Charlie Kirk's death. Look at this. Urgent appeal, protect Rabbi Shmuley. What a piece of garbage would be putting it nicely. Here's Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer said, it's not lost on me that tomorrow is the 24-year anniversary of 9/11, and Charlie Kirk was an outspoken critic of Islam in the West. And I thought, is this dog-faced urinome demon actually blaming Islam for his death? Here's another one. Someone making a comment about Palestine. Laura Loomer says, these people are sick and they wonder why everyone hates them. Truly depraved. You notice that what she is saying is inversion of reality, because the world doesn't hate Palestine or free. They hate Israel. They're depraved. The world hates them. They're sick. And she inverts it. This is in regard to Charlie Kirk's death, because someone had said Charlie Kirk recently said to a Palestinian that there's no such thing as Palestinians. Now there's no such thing as Charlie Kirk. Yeah, that's a subhuman piece of garbage too. But an even bigger subhuman piece of garbage said these people are sick and they wonder why the world hates them. No, the world doesn't hate Palestinians or Arabs. The world hates you. The world hates Jews. Like virtually the entire world hates Israel. You know that, right? In fact, Israelis even know this. A lot of Israelis don't like Israel. So this disgusting worm tried to blame Islam. I thought, really? How are they blaming Islam for this? Here's another Jewish account. Charlie Kirk, the Intifada has been, Intifada sounds like a Mexican taco or something. Intifada has been globalized. This is the work of Free Palestine. Their only invention is terrorism. No, literally, the only invention of the Jews is terrorism in the modern world. That's all they've invented is terrorism. They brought terrorism to the Middle East. The U.S. helped to facilitate that. Look at this. This is why people think Israel did it. I don't even think that I know. I have an opinion on it. I really don't know if Israel did it. I don't know. I just think, like, if this is your argument, then this menorah looks really suspicious. If Shmuley's like, they're going to kill all the Jews because Kirk died. Was he Jewish? No, he's Christian. So you ask for money. And then Laura Loomer says, hey, tomorrow's the anniversary of 9/11. And Charlie didn't like Muslims. They probably killed him. And then she, along with many others, keeps that same narrative going. They just keep pushing it and 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 pushing it. And you get people like this Nick Sorter. Here's another Class A loser piece of garbage like all the other commentators on social media. Nick Sorter said the Charlie Kirk shooter's ammunition found inside the bolt-action rifle had transgender and Antifa engravings. Sources confirmed to both Wall Street Journal and Steven Crowder. We need to get serious about transgender violence now. The asylums must reopen. Well, this is one I actually commented on, and I said, are you people really that dense? Who created LGBTQ? See, I want you to understand what I'm getting at here. Understand this. If you argue that we need to put transgender LGBTQ people and supporters in prison, that's what you're arguing. And we need to round up all the crazy left-wing lunatic wackos. You understand that is literally what Hitler did. And then they said he's rounding up the Jews. Why? Because they were the perverts and the pedophiles, because they were creating the smut and the obscenity in entertainment and media and news, because they had corrupted the legal system, because they had infiltrated the medical system, because they were responsible in part for the inflation and for the economic turmoil that drove women and their daughters to do tag team prostitution together. They pushed the pornography. They pushed the horrible propaganda about German women and did to those German women what they've done to American women, turn them into vile whores and sluts and filth and trash that isn't even worth looking at, let alone having sex with. So if you're calling, I want Nick Sorter and these other people, I wish I could talk to them and tell them you need to be aware of this. If you say, let's round up LGBTQ, you're going to be rounding up Jews, period. Are you sure this is the solution to the trans problem? Are you sure you've thought this through? Because you are going to become the enemy that you don't like, the enemy that the political left accuses you of being, and they're right for the wrong reasons. Are you not aware that the people responsible for this are the same people that Hitler put in camps because he wanted to drive them out of Germany, rightfully so? So Nick Sorter and all these people, they just these slow little evolutionary processes. I mean, Mike, how do you know? I've done this for 15 years, and I've been pretty close to consistent for 15 years. These people just come out of nowhere. Like Nick Fuentes. Who the fuck is this kid? Now he's in the New York Times. Now they love him now. And you can say things like, you're just jealous. I don't know how I'm jealous, because I know people way more successful than him, and I respect the hell out of them. I'm not jealous of them. It's not jealousy. It's that this kid is a fucking idiot. He wants war, just like Pete Hegseth does. My friend Nate posted on social media, great point. He was watching Nick's stream, the one he did after. It was, I think he took a day. He took a day off, and then he did a stream on his Rumble. And Nate's watching it and says, this kid, this Nick Fuentes kid, is calling for war between Christians and nihilists. That's literally in the Albert Pike letter. That's where we are? Holy wars? Civil wars? That's what you want? These people like Nick Sorter, there's a line they won't cross. Then there's people like Nick Fuentes. There's a different line they won't cross. They'll cross the one others won't cross, but there's another line they won't cross. And that's because of ideology. And it's also because at a certain point you realize, well, wait a minute, if I say this, my numbers go down. If I say this, my numbers go up. So I have to find a medium in between here. This is what people tell me about all the, Ryan, if you were just nicer, maybe people would have you on their show. I don't give a fuck about other people's shows. If someone doesn't want to have me on because they don't like what I'm saying, fuck them. I don't care. Other people will. Who cares? It's not about ego. It's not about money. I don't even take super chats during the shows on Friday. It's not about money. That's one philosophy of the Joker I agreed with. It's not about money. It's about sending a message. That's the whole point of tonight's show. Joker is half right in his philosophy. He is half right. It isn't about money. It's about sending a message. And that's how all of this works. The death of Charlie Kirk isn't about anything anybody is talking about or saying. It's about sending a message. You don't get to speak freely. And look at what the conservatives want to do as a result of this. Let's just stick transgender people in an asylum. Has there been any due process at all? This was before they even identified who the, quote, shooter was. Just open the asylums and stick all the trans people in them. Those people are victims of a far greater evil. And if you want to put them in jail, you want to put them in a prison, you want to put them in an insane asylum because of the way that they act, what about the people that control them? How many times does someone, let's say you hear those stories about a kid who gets a gun, because it's their dad's gun or mom's gun, and they accidentally shoot themselves or shoot a friend, and then the family of the friend sues the parents because they didn't lock up the gun? You don't put the 10-year-old kid in jail. You put the dad in jail or the mom in jail for being irresponsible. And this is way worse than that. You put the Tavistock type people in jail, not the crazy, whacked out 17-year-old who just had her breasts removed because it's trendy. Yeah, they're mentally ill. No doubt about it. Why are they mentally ill? Find the people who did it. The Nazis did, and they burned their fucking library. All of it. They burned the disgusting Jewish sociology, sexology trash of the Berlin Institute of Sexual Science. They burned it. They burned it. And that is what needs to happen. We need to burn all of this trash that is polluting our minds and our bodies and our souls. That's the solution to the problem. Burning away the old, like in a forest, like in a controlled burn, clearing out a forest, natural or artificial. We need to burn away the debris. And we're never going to be able to do that unless we acknowledge what the debris is. And for those of you who might have a hard time understanding what I'm getting at, allow me to show you this on the screen if you're watching the show. This is Magnus Hirschfeld. I know most of you have seen this before. This is Magnus Hirschfeld. This is the Holocaust Encyclopedia. And look at what it says. In May of 1933, Nazis looted Hirschfeld's Institute for Sexual Science and destroyed much of the archives in the Berlin book burning. As a matter of fact, if you look at the images of the book burning, you can see naked women on the covers of the magazines. because they burn porn and trash and smut. So if Nick Sorter wants to put the trans people in asylums, number one, can we at least have due process of law? Can we at least have a fucking suspect first? Then can we have due process of law? It doesn't matter how guilty somebody is. At least there's some, at least pay lip service to due process. The conservatives don't even do that anymore. Just throw them in jail, throw them in an asylum. Great. Then who do they come for? You're going to throw the transgender people in jail. Great. Who do you come for next? Well, the gays are getting a little uppity, so we'll throw them in jail next. When gay people had integrated into society, and we really didn't have problems with gay people. Now suddenly everybody hates gay people again, which is another thing I don't understand, because considering the fact that Muslims also don't like gay people, but Jews do, why Christians have this weird fetish for Jews when the Jews love the stuff the Christians hate. It's weird. It's like a girl who's with a guy who doesn't have anything in common with her, but he beats her, and somehow that's great because she has daddy issues. But then there's a great guy she's got everything in common with, but she won't date him because some superficial, on the surface reason. That's the relationship between the Abrahamic faiths. Nick wants to put all these people in jail. Nick Sorter. Great. And then who's in jail next? Someone's like, one time my wife and I had a threesome or something. So there was a guy involved. Oh, you're gay. You're going to jail. Was consensual. No, you're going to jail. The next time someone's like, I get on my knees and pray every morning to God. Well, you go to jail too, because they've already set the precedent in Texas. You can't do that if you're a Muslim. So if you're Christian, you get on your knees and pray to God, you go to jail. It's like that Parks and Rec episode. Too fast, jail. Too slow, jail. Chicken, undercooked, overcooked, jail. Believe it or not, jail. Jail. You go to jail. That's what these people are pushing for. That's what they're promoting. But I can understand why Nick Sorter promotes this. You know why? Because he's been pushed into a position like the rest of conservatives where that's really the only solution. Because if you won't admit what the problem is, you have no other choice but radicalism. If you would just admit what the problem is, we could solve it together. But you won't do that because you're afraid. Or because you're just unwilling to acknowledge reality. Here's another screenshot of these various politicians, Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, all saying the exact same things. Political violence has no place in this country, says Bernie Sanders, who applauded the Soviet Union. I think he honeymooned there. The guy who's literally he's literally a National Socialist. He's literally a Nazi. Joe Biden, there's no place in this country for violence. You mean like when he gave his emperor speech in front of the red lights? Looked like something from Star Wars or something from some movie made by Jews in Hollywood that depicts Hitler in some evil way with no context. But there's no need for violence. Kamala Harris, political violence has no place in America. Now, she's only concerned about non-violent drug offenses. If you're black, then you go to jail. Barack Obama, we don't know what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, but this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. No, but it does have a place when you fund ISIS in the Middle East. That's okay, though. There's a lot of other things I have here that I wanted to share with you. Here's the Laura Loomer tweet that I was talking about. Between the video of Ernia and the video of Charlie, both bleeding to death out of their necks, this has been a very radicalizing week. A message to the left. Debate time is over. You ended it. That sounds like a call to violence. I think the FBI should investigate Laura Dog Food Loomer. But then she'd be like, oh, God, oh, no, I'm a Jew and they're coming after me. It's like the Holocaust all over again. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. It's like, got Dotson here. Dotson. Nobody cares. We got a Holocaust survivor here. Nobody gives a shit. You've overplayed your card. Nobody cares anymore. The whole world hates you. You keep projecting your perversity and your filth. And hey, Hitler wrote that in Mein Kampf. They literally take sewage pumps and just pump it into your face. And that's exactly what Laura Loomer is. Her face is a sewage pump. She had plastic surgery so she doesn't look. I guess it's better to look like a demon than it is to look like a Jew. Although at this point, what's the fucking difference, right? She wants war. She's literally calling for civil war. How is this woman not in handcuffs? How? You got Nick Sorter saying, let's just arrest random people who like butt sex. Let's just arrest random people who are confused because they've been brainwashed by their family or by the media or by social media or by their friends or by their teachers. Let's just arrest everybody. Let's ban religion. Oh, and by the way, also, let's just have a civil war because Laura Dogface Loomer said to. And it's unfortunate that, the core audience of this show understands what I'm saying, but people will hear this and it's not, I don't have the people skills to sit here and bullshit you. Okay. I don't have, the yarmulke on, so I can't sit here and be like, oh my God, Ben Shapiro. So, I just don't have the people skills. And I'm not a Jew, not a Christian. I do have a cross on my desk though. But if I had one of those things, this show would be more palpable to more people. It's not supposed to be palpable, though. It's supposed to be honest. Honest. This woman is calling for a civil war. Where is the handcuffs? Where are the handcuffs at? I'd like to see them, but we won't see them. This is what my buddy Nate posted on social media. Accurate question. Nick Fuentes, the Catholic Dominionist, is discussing the Charlie Kirk assassination tonight to an audience of nearly 170,000 viewers, calling for a holy war between nihilists and Christians. Where else have I heard this before? Yep, you're right, Nate. You heard it from, I don't think it was a real letter, but it was definitely a statement of a plan put forward by somebody. But that is the letter. That is the idea of Albert Pike. Sig in the chat said, signs and symbols rule the world. You mean like this one? The menorah where Kirk was assassinated? Maybe Netanyahu said, look, Charlie Kirk, if we kill you, we have contact with God. God has special place for you, but you need to die for Jews so we can carry out the agenda. This will allow us to take full control of the Goyim. Psychopathic demon monster. All right, so here are some of the things that I think are really important that people have pointed out. I don't know what this means, if it means anything. The ring on Charlie Kirk's finger seems to go from one finger to the next finger. That's really bizarre. And then I don't think this photograph means anything, but people are saying this photograph shows a blood pack. That's insane. That's not a blood pack. That is so stupid. And even if that were the case, why would it be so obvious? Nobody saw that. It's like a giant. It probably is his mic or I think he had a bulletproof vest on. They said it's probably his mic or his bulletproof vest. It's not a blood pack. But he stood on a Masonic floor one time. When I'm supposed to remember every floor I've ever stood on, I hope I didn't stand on a Masonic floor at one point. People will accuse me of being a Mason as if that's illegal too. Can't be a Mason, can't be a Muslim. And then they released the pictures of this person who did it. And I love how he's got like an American flag shirt with an eagle on. Which by the look of the symbols, I don't know, but by the look of the shirt and the changes of what they've shown in these pictures, it appears that maybe these images aren't even real, that they're AI generated. Look at that. America, yeah, he was American. Makes no sense, It's like the Robin Westman. Didn't like Jews, but killed Christians. Makes sense. This guy didn't like Charlie Kirk, but he's pro-American? What? It makes no sense at all. Oh, here's another one I didn't mention. Here's another one to go alongside of the other people blaming Islam. Here's Avi Avidan. I'm pretty sure he's this. Turns out that the Muslim Brotherhood was behind the assassination of our friend Charlie Kirk. The U.S. must declare war on Turkey and Qatar. No excuses, no delays. Really? Because that's fascinating, actually. That's weirdly coincidental because I think it was the day before Charlie Kirk got killed, Israel bombed Qatar. Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. So hold on a second. Let's just put this into perspective. Israel bombs Qatar, and then Charlie Kirk gets killed, and then you have Israeli operatives on social media saying, we need to go to war with Qatar because they were responsible for Charlie Kirk's death. Like, how much more naked does this have to be? This is why people think Israel did it. This is why. Because they bomb Qatar, and then you have agents online saying, yeah, let's go to war with Qatar. I'm sure that's just a coincidence, isn't it? Sure, it's a coincidence that the Muslim Brotherhood did it. Yeah, the Islamicists did it. Qatar did it. You remember when I said Qatar was a disinformation campaign that they're going to start? Well, there it is. Sig in the chat said Charlie was wearing a white t-shirt with black letters, freedom, while wearing black pants, black and white checkered board Freemason colors. Yes, we figured it out. He was a Mason. The Masons made him wear those clothes. They made him sit on that black and white floor one time in the past on some random date that nobody knows. Makes a lot of sense. Makes perfect sense. Plenty of sense. Then you have the weird book that supposedly was released. The Shooting of Charlie Kirk, a comprehensive account of what happened. The Utah Valley University attack. That's bizarre. And then here is Netanyahu blaming Islam for the death of Charlie Kirk as well. I mean, you at some point, it's like you could just wake up in the morning. Like I woke up that morning and I got a call, and someone said Kirk was killed, and that people are really angry and upset and confused in the U.S. And I got a ton of messages, and my first thought was, I thought probably a professional hit job, and probably has something to do with Israel. I thought that because I always assume that. And then I wait for the evidence to see what the evidence is. And you know what the evidence was that convinced me Israel might have had something to do with it? This was the evidence. Israeli agents being like, the Muslim Brotherhood did it. Let's attack Qatar. You already did that the day before. What convinced me was people that run these Israeli accounts or Lumor blaming Islam. What made me think that was Charlie Kirk's death being exploited by a pig orc, Rabbi Shmuley. What makes me think that is the place he was killed looks like a menorah. It's like, wake up. Oh, what happened today? Oh, let's see what everybody's saying. Oh, Islam. Was there any evidence of that? No. Oh, okay. Israel probably did it then. Yeah, Corey McDonald's right. That is really the only major thing that we could do to solve a lot of this problem. The U.S. military invades Tel Aviv, arrests all the government officials, puts them through a Nuremberg-like trial, and then maybe, if they don't exercise the Samson option, maybe we'll have peace for a short period of time before they activate their communist Marxist cells in all the other countries that they have control of. But there it is. There's the menorah. So, stuff like that makes me think, yeah, maybe. But I wanted to show you something else that I think this might be another really telling detail. And I haven't shared this with anybody because I do like some things to kind of be exclusive for the secret teachings. You can share this as much as you want now, but I just wanted to kind of save it for the show. But take a look at this, please. Take a look at this. All right, for those of you who are listening only, let me read to you what this screenshot says. It says Wednesday, September 10th, 2025. This is the Jewish day of Elul, 17 Elul. And it gives you the Jewish history of the day. Noah dispatches the doves. But if you scroll down to the third thing, it says the outbreak of World War II. It says on September 1st, 1939, corresponding to the Hebrew date of 17 Elul, the Nazi Wehrmacht invaded Poland, launching World War II. Of course, they have to remind you the war would prove to be the deadliest conflict in history, resulting in the death of some 60 million people, including the 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust as part of the final solution. Yeah, because that's their lives matter more than everybody else. But do you notice what's happening here? People like Laura Loomer call for the remembrance of 9/11, which they remind us also was carried out by Muslims. And then they say, well, the Muslim Brotherhood killed Charlie, so we need to go to war with Qatar. Very similar to what happened after 9/11. Well, we know who did it, so we got to go to war with the Muslims. It's Islam, it's the Arab world. And for some weird, I don't know reason, this is weird, that the date on the Jewish calendar corresponds to the beginning of World War II. And then you have the association with 9/11, which led to a series of what themselves could have turned into a global world war. In other words, the dates and the location have a very ritualistic feel to them. Whatever that means, I don't really know. I'm just pointing out to you what I've found. Let me go back to the internet browser here so I can show you all the articles I pulled up, and we'll blow through this next hour. If you're just joining us, you're listening to the Secret Teachings Radio. tstradio.info is the website. You can see that on the bottom of the screen. If you're watching, this show is on a number of different platforms. Audio only, that is our main broadcast. There's only a handful of people listening on the video streams. We do this all audio. 15 years, and 6 million years, maybe 15 years, it's almost 16 years, and independent now, completely independent. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You can find our website, tstradio.info. You can email me, rdgable@yahoo.com. Links are below. There's no super chats or anything like that. But if you'd like to support the show, you can listen in the free archive or buy a book or subscribe to the archive, which is at tstradio.info. That's tstradio.info. There is the website. And if you click on the bookstore, you can see all the books. If you click on the subscribe button, you can see the subscription options, yearly, monthly, weekly, and lifetime subscriptions as well. And we also have that full archive there on the website. You can scroll through all the episodes, totally free. Different options. You can click on the different platforms. If you're on Apple, please leave us a review. That would be really, 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 really helpful. All right, so let me bring up all of these articles. And as I do that, I will glance at the chat here as well. Yes, I am wearing a kind of a suit. It's more like a suit coat tonight. It's finally started to get a little bit chilly here in Japan, which is nice, but it also means the winter's coming. I hate winter, so I do have something on to keep me kind of a little bit warm in here. Also, someone else asked me something else in the chat. Yes, Steve, in Southern California, I've been on air for 6 million years. Yes, that is accurate, my friend. Mitch says, how much longer is this? We'll be going for the full 3 hours. If you want to listen later on Spreaker. I don't even know if I've really got into the main portion of the show. There's so many things I wanted to discuss tonight. I'm going to try to open up all these different articles. Alrighty. What was a bunch of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my goodness. Okay. So we'll start here. Let's go through some of these articles. That is I don't know what this is here. Can you see it on the screen? What kind of advertisement is that? I've been getting that advertisement every day. I got to get rid of that. Oh, it won't let me get rid of it. Come on. All right. We'll get rid of that article. Okay. So some other little things to mention. There was a brawl at one of the Charlie Kirk vigils. I believe someone ran like a scooter through it. There was that strange bearded man in the crowd. Now, apparently, he's not a wacko liberal. He's apparently like maybe a conservative or something. They've said, this guy with the beard. You got George Zinn, who was arrested. He supposedly did the shooting, did the killing, but he didn't. He was also involved in some other bizarre situations. Did you know that George Zinn was involved? I believe it was in bomb threats. I think it had something to do with the Boston bombing. We'll pull that up for you. George Zinn, Boston bombing, I believe, was George Strait. I said George Zinn. Fuck you, DuckDuckGo and Google. George Zinn, Boston bombing. Yep, Boston man, a Utah man accused of marathon bomb threat gets probation. George Zinn. This is the same George Zinn, I believe. So he's involved in that. And I believe he's also involved something to do with 9/11. He had witnessed one of the planes hitting the building or something. He's also Jewish, so I'm sure that is a coincidence. Charlie Kirk's assassination, bullets used to kill Donald Trump ally, contained expressions of transgender and anti-fascist ideology. According to AOL News, the Gateway Pundit published that as well. And I believe there is a statement here, we'll play, from the governor of Utah, confirming that.
Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this question mark?" Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO."
That's what they reportedly said. Of course, that is very similar to what happened with Robin Westman, where there were many things written on the guns and the holsters and the magazines. It's also very similar to Aaron Alexis, who wrote "This is my elf weapon," and I believe other things as well on some of his firearms and equipment. It's also very similar to a Colorado shooting that did not happen, where an individual killed themselves in the bathroom and said that I'm not a killer, I won't be a killer, and wrote that on the wall. It's convenient because, I mean, you could find the bullet casings, you could find the gun, and you could just write whatever you want on it. If you wanted to create this situation of turmoil and conflict, you could write whatever you want on it. Does anybody believe any of this? Does anybody believe the motivations of these so-called shooters? Remember, they never target government individuals. And if you're the FBI or you're trying to divert attention away from who did it, I mean, think about this. What if Israel had done it? What if a Mossad agent or some IDF person? What if that had happened? Just imagine that. How easy would it be for the FBI to just write on a bullet something that has no connection whatsoever to the person who actually did it? Very easy. And people are just so willing, like Nick Sorter and others, to just say, it was the trans people, put them in jail. Are you sure that you can believe what's written on the bullet casings? Are you sure you can believe? It's the same old standard stale rhetoric. You're a fascist. Well, then why did he supposedly wear like an American shirt with an American eagle? He's anti-fascist and America's fascist, but he wears an American flag shirt. Just like everything else, none of this makes any sense at all. But look at the outcome of this. Look at the aftermath of this. Potential threats trigger lockdowns at several HBCUs across the South. Bomb threat at DNC headquarters found to not be credible. Bomb threats target homes of state Democrat Senate and House leaders Wirth and Sispansky. And then we get the strange story of Anastasia J. Casey. By the way, the person that I saw put up the black and white floor that Charlie Kirk had spoken on one time in the past, at some point that nobody knows what the date was, That must mean he was a Mason. Also said that the J in Anastasia J. Casey represents one of the Masonic pillars. I thought, oh my God, we need to shut the internet down. I don't think anything could get dumber than that. The J actually represents one of the Masonic pillars. Really stupid stuff. The book says the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Anastasia J. Casey. I thought at first it was AI. Now we're hearing these reports all over the place. There was a book, maybe 2 books published the day before about Charlie Kirk's death. And then this got people to think, well, maybe he didn't actually die. Maybe it was a blood pack that exploded. I don't think it really matters. I think the outcome's the same. And if it was a blood pack, he's a great actor. And I was surprised to see even InfoWars posted this. I usually don't use InfoWars, but I use this because they had a lot of clips of Charlie Kirk, and I wanted to play some of them. Remember I showed you the menorah that everybody was conveniently ignoring that he was assassinated on? And I showed you I showed you a handful of people that are blaming the Muslims and Islam for this conveniently, and just you can imagine that's what was going to happen before anything was said. And also, I'll play you the clips from this too, but Benjamin Netanyahu has been asked on multiple different interviews, did you kill him? Like really suspicious and weird, a weird number of times. Did you kill him? Did you do it? Did Israel do it? No, these are terrible anti-Semitic rumors. We did not kill Charlie Kirk. He was a good friend. I have letters from him. Although Steve in Southern California said it was an actor too. You mean Charlie? I mean, in a lot of ways, he was an actor because nobody can be that smart and yet that dumb at the same time when it comes to certain things. Like this guy was misquoting the Talmud intentionally to give credit to the rabbis. Oh, there's 2 Talmuds, and the one of the Talmuds, that's not really the important one. No, it's not. No, it's the opposite. The one that you said wasn't important was actually the one that was important. So nobody can be that smart and that dumb at the same time. So he did act clearly. Noka says, Ryan, how true is it that the New York Times had an article the day before he was shot about being shot? I don't think that's true at all, but there definitely was a book that was reportedly published. And the thing is, I mean, if it's a real book, it's a real book. I don't know. But if it's not a real book, just imagine somebody had the job of posting that to mislead the public. Nobody did that accidentally. Somebody did that intentionally. And for the record, I'll tell you that I think Charlie Kirk himself he put himself into a bad position with his comments. And not necessarily because the comments were controversial, but because just like with Alex Jones, he backed himself into a corner with Trump, and now he can't get out of it. Now he has to let Nick Fuentes come on his show and say what he is too afraid or scared or can't say. I think Charlie Kirk has put himself in a similar situation, a similar position. He did put himself in that position because he was honest about some things. Let's play some of those clips.
Realize that Epstein, with his little friend Ghislaine and Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, who was obviously a spy of the Israeli intelligence agencies, that there was something else going on here. Epstein was not some sort of whiz kid hedge fund manager. Epstein was playing a part. Epstein was a LARPer. Epstein was cast for a specific role, and he played it really well. The sweatpants and the Harvard jacket, the kind of disheveled hair, looking as if he was so smart and above the clouds that he was doing advanced mathematic equations on the back of napkins. But if you actually go into some of the videos of people that met with Epstein at the time, they said he was awfully unimpressive when it came to finance and markets and economics. And it's nothing new that if you're in the intel agencies, you want to try and get as much blackmail on powerful people as possible. Easy, not hard. And this is no longer just speculation. First of all, the evidence that shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, Saudi intelligence, or maybe he was just a hired gun. Maybe he was just the guy that countries would go to and park a couple $100 million and say, hey, can you get one of the members of the royal family with a 13-year-old so we can get them to do what we want to do? Members of Congress are actively being blackmailed. The Epstein playbook is being used on a daily basis.
Now, to Charlie's credit, he said that. But Charlie also said, just like so many other talking heads, I'll trust my friends in the government, that there's nothing really to worry about with the Epstein files. Remember, he said that. Remember, Charlie Kirk said, just like everybody else, I played it on the show, a list of different commentators that all said the same thing. Trump said it doesn't really matter anymore. I trust the guys at the FBI. I'll trust my sources and my contacts in the government that it's nothing to really worry about. So he said that, but then he was like, well, also, no big deal. So I don't think that's evidence of anything. Let's check out the next one.
I think the DOJ should immediately move to unseal all the Epstein documents in the Southern District of New York.
Yeah. Everything.
And
Everything except child sexual assault material.
I think every file should be released to the public the same way as the JFK files. Let the American people decide.
Put them out there, because if there's nothing in there, then we can see there's nothing in there. Now,
when was that, though? When did he say that? See, the context of that's really important, because, again, he did say that I just trust my friends in the government and my insiders, and they told me that it's okay, nothing to worry about. By the way, that woman he's talking to makes me feel so gross. Like, I feel like I have to take a shower after watching this woman speak. She is disgusting, repulsive. What's her name? Megyn Kelly. She is gross. Here's another Charlie Kirk.
And I will say this, the behavior by a lot, both privately and publicly, are pushing people like you and me away. Not like we're going to be pro-Hamas, not like we're going to, but we're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite. I am learning biblical Hebrew and writing a book on the Shabbat. I honor the Shabbat, literally the Jewish Sabbath. I visit Israel and fight for it. And there's another article out in the Times of Israel today. I could read it on air. I was just reading before I got on. Charlie, what are you doing? Like, why are you, what am I doing? I'm sorry. Like, let's just take a step back here. Like, I'm an American citizen. Yes, I want Israel to win. Yes, I'm a Christian. But like, some of the mess, and you saw, and you've seen how I've been treated, Megan, by some, not all, by some.
No, it's very irritating.
It's
been
almost
so
as if
unfair. They were coming after you after a turning point for, among other things, that you had Dave Smith there. Dave Smith is allowed to criticize Israel. You had both sides. The Israeli side was overrepresented.
Though. No, you're not allowed to. It's even worse than that. Again, I just want to repeat for the 5th time. I love Israel. I want Israel to win. But my moral character is now being put into question, Megan. Not my decisions. Not like, hey, are you doing this? Is it smart or is it dumb? But no, I am a bad person if I do this. And I could go, I mean, you saw it, Megan. It was trending on Twitter, thousands of tweets and text messages.
Let me pause this for a second. This is exactly what I've been telling you for years. It does not matter if you are born in Israel. It does not matter if you are born with a piece of cloth on your head and already circumcised. It doesn't matter how Jewish you are. The government of Israel, the Zionist, imperialist, Nazi leadership of Israel, literally will kill their own people to advance their agenda. They've done it for 100 years. They don't care about Jews any more than they care about Christians or anybody else. It's about power and symbols and magic and mysticism. So it's really interesting that Charlie Kirk told Megyn Kelly, and he's so right. I mean, it's almost laughable how right he is in a way, because he's like, I'm learning Hebrew and I'm writing a book on Shabbat and they're still calling me an anti-Semite. Exactly. That actually makes me feel bad for Charlie Kirk, because by what he's saying, it appears as if he has recognized something's wrong here. I love you so much. Why are you abusing me and attacking me? My organization has got people to vote for your policies for conservatives who are diehard supporters of Israel, who would sacrifice Isaac to save a Jew. And you're attacking me? I'm learning your language. I'm writing books about you. I put my hand on the wall and prayed, and you still treat me like this? It's been a couple of years, by the way, this has been going on. The Rolling Stone reported in 2023, Turning Point USA's America Fest is infested with anti-Semitism. Charlie Kirk was confused. He's like, wait a minute, I supported you people. Why are you attacking me? Clearly, he understood that something was off, something was wrong. Now, what's the context of this interview? I've heard it was a few weeks before. I've heard it was a few months before. I don't know. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't really matter. Clearly, Charlie Kirk was aware of these things. And he clearly did not introduce those ideas into his debates at college campuses, which were admittedly fun to watch. And he had a lot of balls to go out there and do those kinds of things. But he would always backtrack on this issue or try to defend these people, and yet they're willing to destroy him. What does that tell you about who these people are? And how much groveling that you can do and still be treated as an enemy? Here's the reality of the situation. No matter how much Hebrew you learn, no matter how many books on the Shabbat you read or you write, no matter how many people you get elected that will support Israel, no matter how much you put your life, quite literally, on the line to defend Israel, no matter how much you're willing to protect Israel from accusations of having anything to do with 9/11, no matter how much you're willing to lie about the Talmud, which Charlie Kirk, God rest his soul, did lie extensively about the Talmud. He did. These people that you're defending will still accuse you of being their enemy because you are not one of them, Charlie Kirk. Your followers are not one of them. You're not chosen. And as the Talmud says, when Jesus returns, we will all be slaves to the Jews to help them prepare for their holy days, to help them prepare their ritual items and elements. It actually says that in the Talmud. It really, actually, literally says that in the Talmud. You don't have to believe me. Just give me one moment and I'll pull it up. But it actually says that in the Talmud. Let me pull up my new book and show it to you. I'll bring it up on the screen here. In fact, I will pull up a screenshot of my book so you can see it for yourself. This is the problem that Charlie Kirk is getting at, but I guess doesn't fully understand in this interview with Megyn Kelly. This is the situation, folks. It might enter your mind to say that since Elijah will not come on Shabbat Eve due to the trouble involved, the Messiah will also not come then, and if so, on Shabbat, if he should, or Shabbat Eve, he should also be permitted to drink wine. However, the reasoning is rejected. It is only Elijah who will not arrive on Shabbat Eve, but the Messiah himself may arrive. For once the Messiah comes, all the nations will be subservient to the Jewish people, and they will help them prepare whatever is needed for Shabbat. See, I'm not a bad guy. I just am literate. I just read. And you need to understand, you can write books on the Shabbat. You can go to Israel. You can shake hands with Netanyahu. You can pledge your allegiance. You can pledge your families. You can pledge your country to Israel. You can pledge your soul to the Jewish God. They will still condemn you because you didn't do enough for Israel. This is precisely what the United States of America was accused of after World War II by the international Jewish community. You didn't let in enough Jews flee in Europe, even though the U.S. let in the most Jews flee in Europe. This is why Europe is being destroyed today with illegal immigration. This is why Japan is a target of people like Amy Pope and Rochelle Kopp. Rochelle Kopp of the multicultural organization in Japan who's an Israeli Jew who wants to bring blacks to mate with Japanese women. This is why Amy Pope, who's Christian conservative, but said she was inspired by Auschwitz to bring blacks to Japan because Japan has to pay for World War II. These people hold grudges that are like centuries old. It's like Dave Chappelle said. He said, you ever try to like play who suffered more with a Jew? I'm talking about slavery, and they're like Egypt. He's like, Egypt? I didn't know we were going back to Egypt. You can't win. You cannot win with these people. It doesn't matter how much you grovel to them. In the end, they see you. Orthodox Talmudic rabbis and Jews see you as a servant, as a slave to the Antichrist. And let this be a lesson for all the Christian conservatives. I already gave you one lesson about LGBTQ and illegal immigration and abortion and gay marriage and all the other things that you hate so much. Who backs it? Who supports it? Who backs the porn industry and the smut and the garbage in Hollywood, and who runs the media? The people that can show you Charlie Kirk having blood explode out of his neck over and over again. Who has the power to show you planes hitting buildings over and over and over and over again. Who has the power to show you Kennedy back and to the left, back and to the left, over and over and over again. Who has that power? It's not Muhammad. It's Greenberg and Silverstein and Goldstein. And no matter how much you grovel to these people, no matter if you clean their feet in oils and perfumes, no matter how many times you whack them off, no matter how many times you let them peg you in the ass, no matter how many times you grovel at the wall, you pray that the Jews will save you and bring you into their bunkers and their little communities, they don't give a fuck about you. It doesn't matter if it's Ryan Gable, if it's you in the chat, or if it's Charlie Kirk, one of the biggest supporters of Israel that is in the conservative movement. They don't care about you. And this is actually sad to watch Charlie Kirk sit there and be like, dude, I gave you my life and you still treat me like this? This video here, I think, has been underplayed. This video here of Charlie Kirk talking to Megyn Kelly, this explains and expresses exactly the point of tonight's show. It's the same thing with the devil, right? Don't Christians teach you that? Don't make a deal with the devil. He'll trick you. He'll deceive you. He'll manipulate you. He'll take from you. They don't care about you. You are their servant and their slave. Can you imagine if the Quran said that? You know, the same Quran that actually condemns suicide? Let's play some more of this from Charlie Kirk.
And if I were to be charitable and generous, I will say the people that are attacking me are in a hyper-paranoid state because they're at war, and war tends to make things black and white.
Still trying to justify
and you're a hammer looking for a nail. So I'm trying to be charitable, Megyn. Literally, I'm trying to cut as much slack as I can, right? Like, okay, what would it be like if all of a sudden I'm starting to see a pattern of behavior similar to what my grandparents saw in 1930s Germany online? How would I behave? So that's like my charitable
Still justifying
kind of overcompensation spirit. At the same time, I'm like, but it's not defensible to be dumb, right?
Yeah.
So
and it's offensive. It's offensive to those of us who have been out there defending them in many instances against critics on our own side. And now you have a couple of comments like, well, what about this? Well, has it gone on too long? Like, is it time to wrap it up? And the thing about Epstein is just so bizarre. I don't know who he was an agent for. It might have been Israel or an asset, or it might have been nobody. But we're allowed to speculate about that. It's like there's some rule you can't go there when it comes to Israel.
Well, you and I believe that we're Americans and Americans first, period. End of story. We are citizens of this nation, okay?
That's right.
Israel, we have funded, we have supported, and they're up against a sea of Islamic totalitarianism, and we should be cheering for them, right? Because they're up against barbarians and monsters, and we want them to win. However, here is Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk combined, probably 30 million social media followers, like pretty, right? And you and I have been holding this down, and you probably get the negative, oh, you're just shilling for Israel, whatever. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do what's right regardless of the feedback, right? But then all of a sudden, like I host a person that I moderate the debate of, mind you, right? And I give equal time to Josh Hammer, equal time to a pro-Israel advocate, and my moral character is being put into question. And so I think it's a hyper paranoid, like we're just going to try to, we're going to just stamp out everything type of practice. But it goes to the point where if, for example, if I have less ability sometimes online to criticize the Israeli government without backlash than actual Israelis do. And that's really, really weird, isn't it, Megan?
Oh, it is very, very weird, isn't it, Charlie? God rest in peace. I don't know why Charlie was killed. It could have been some crazy whacked out person in a dorm room. It could have been the Mossad. It could have been the CIA. It could, who knows? I don't know. I don't have an answer to the question. But when I see where he was killed looking like a menorah, and I see that he himself had recognized clearly what the problem was, and I see people all over social media blaming Islam for it, I start to get a little bit suspicious. And the thing is, if there wouldn't be all of these commentators being like, yeah, Islam did it, and if there wasn't a lot of the same standard talking points and questions asked to Netanyahu, did you do it? I don't know if I'd think anything about it. But this is just bizarre. Let's look at some of these other videos. There's more of Charlie Kirk.
And one thing a friend sent to me, interestingly, which is, okay, Charlie, we've pushed back against the media on COVID, on lockdowns, on Ukraine, on the border, on, so like maybe we should also ask a question. Is the media totally presenting the truth when it comes to Israel? Just a question, that maybe we shouldn't believe everything the media says, because
the rat didn't like that.
Been conditioned to ask a lot more critical questions over the last couple of years. So Ben, some people would accuse Israel of wanting to ethnically cleanse.
Did you see the way that Ben Shapiro looked at him on that video when he said, maybe we're not being told the truth about it? He's like, his yarmulke fell off. You see the look on his face when he said that, Ben Shapiro? So those are a couple of the videos that were played. There's more. In fact, I'll pull up probably one of the most important ones here, and then we'll move on to the next section. We'll play some of these bizarre Netanyahu clips. I mean, talk about protesting a little bit too much, a little bit too many protests from Netanyahu. Let me pull up one of these clips though for you. From Charlie Kirk talking about, well, again, what kind of the root source of the problem is. But again, it doesn't really matter the context of it per se, like when he said it. What matters is, again, the fact that the response to what happened is going to be the same either way. All right, here's the clip.
And Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the number one funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just the colleges. It's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. It's like, time for you guys to wake up and say no more. Draw a line in the sand. I don't care if you hate me.
That is dead accurate. Echo in the chat makes a good point. To be fair, Charlie pissed people off every day. So any given day, one could find videos of him. It's not necessarily related to what he said directly days before. Totally agree with you. 100% agree with you. And that's why I'm not saying that it is, because I don't know. I will also add that if someone wanted to kill Charlie Kirk, it would have been a lot easier to kill him when he wasn't in the middle of a giant crowd with security around him. It would have been a lot easier to kill him when he was walking into an event or when he was walking on a college campus, going around setting things up. Or this guy was a really public figure. It would have been a lot easier to kill him without going through all the work to plan and prep and do this. It'd be a lot easier to kill him in another setting. So clearly the person who killed him didn't just shoot him to shoot him. This was a statement. What's the statement? It's up to you to decide. I genuinely don't have a solution to this question. I don't know, and I don't think we're ever going to know. The FBI supposedly has the next person who they claim is, responsible. They've arrested a kid, Tyler Robinson. They say he's Mormon, which is okay. Mormons did it. Muslims did it. Jews did it. Oh my God. Well, whatever that is, you got to get over that shit. I don't know what it is, but you got to get over it, okay? Because if you don't get over it, the whole world's going to sink into an abyss. And Charlie Kirk clearly had seen that fact. Is that why he was killed? I don't think so. In fact, considering the weird, like the really bizarre number of people that are saying Israel, 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 it makes me think of two things. Israel either did it, and in order to defend the narrative that they didn't do it, they've created all the Israel, 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 Israel stuff so that they can be the victims again and can control the narrative. Or Israel didn't do it, but they still created those narratives to control the investigators online that will look into it and be like, well, maybe Israel didn't kill him, but Israel did a lot of other really shady stuff. Maybe we should talk about that. They want to control all the messaging, all the narratives. That's what these people do. Next on the list is Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's look at some of these. There's a whole bunch of them. Let's play a couple of them. Here's Benjamin Netanyahu on Newsmax.
Before I let you go, I want you to address one thing, and it's just the absurdity of it. Some of the internet rumors that somehow Israel is behind the Charlie Kirk murder, and I don't believe it for 1 second, but I want you to
For the record, I don't trust this woman. I think she has a dip in too.
make a statement. It's so absurd.
That's insane. That's insane. Israel also changes the orbit of the moon. Israel pushes the sun. I mean, the whole thing it's not only insane, I think it's so absurd, so stupid, and so ridiculous. You can't believe that people are saying this. They just found the perpetrator. They'll get to the bottom of this, but they go, they have no limits. When you hate Jews, when you hate the Jewish state, you're willing to say anything and promote all these absurd rumors. And by the way, they're willing to kill us all the time. I mean, that's what they're doing. And over the centuries, when Jews, especially in the Middle Ages, the horrific Middle Ages, the worst things were said about Jews you couldn't possibly believe. We were poisoning the wells. We were drinking the blood of Christian children. You name it. I mean, these things, that continued actually up to the Holocaust. The Nazis said the same thing. We're carrying vermin, we're spreading disease, and people believed it. And every time they believed it, this was a prelude to a greater and greater massacre, culminating with the worst massacre of them all, the Holocaust. Well, since then, we've learned, when people spread these lies about us, prepare yourself for the assault. And, they're trying to delegitimize the state of Israel. Charlie Kirk said to me that, he wrote me this detailed letter, you have to fight the slander. These untruths, these vilifications have consequences. And he was right. But I'll tell you.
It's kind of weird because Charlie Kirk kind of accused all these people of doing that to him. It's kind of peculiar.
One thing, we're fighting on the battlefield against the terrorists and winning. And he was fighting on the battlefield of ideas. And I think he was winning. He was going to win. That's why they shot him. I hope they don't silence him. I don't think people will give in to these ridiculous
You understand
lies.
that what he's doing, if you're watching this and you're watching his eyes, is that he's literally reading a script, a scripted answer from a scripted question from this loser hack journalist at Newsmax. Here's another one.
Limits. When you hate Jews.
Actually, that's the same one. Excuse me. Pull up the other one here.
We remember September 11th.
Here's the remember
On that
September
day,
11th, the terrorists.
Islamist terrorists committed the worst savagery on American soil since the founding
Since the
of the
liberty.
United States.
Oh, sorry.
We also have a September 11th. We remember October 7th. On that day, Islamist terrorists committed the worst savagery against the Jewish people since the Holocaust.
God, this guy is so disgusting. Got to remind you about the Holocaust and about October 7th.
On the extremes, the Islamists, the radical Islamists, and their union with the ultra progressives, they often speak about human rights. They speak about free speech, but they use violence to try to take down their enemies, whether it's President Trump, who's been almost assassinated twice, or, they try to kill me here too. But they got Charlie Kirk, and it's just heartbreaking.
You notice he did the same thing Rabbi Shmuley did. Oh my God, they tried to kill me too. Why? I don't understand this. Every time somebody is shot or killed, Jews say, they tried to kill me too. Nobody gives a fuck. We're sick of it. The world is sick of it. We're tired of it. We're done with it. And that attitude is exactly what Netanyahu is talking about. There's always a slaughter that follows these accusations. There's a slaughter that follows the accusations because the accusations are, for the most part, true. And when people find out what you've done with finance and media and children, they riot and they burn the fucking country to the ground, and they find every single person, good or bad, public or private, who might even be Jewish, maybe they're not Jewish, and they round them up because they see that you and your people are responsible for a great deal of suffering in the world. You cannot run the banks and run the media and run the education system and run the ideology of a country until everybody is in a perpetual state of suffering and servitude and pain and death and disease and has nothing left. You run people and drain people of all their energy and wealth until they have nothing, and then they rebel and, oh, it's a Holocaust. You are parasites. Every fucking time these people show up, every country does this. Who is responsible? Is it the Spanish, the Brazilians, the Lithuanians, the Germans multiple times, the Russians, the Japanese? It's every person's fault except the Jews? It's a community. It's an ideology. It's a textbook. It's a literal holy book. And all they have is emotional blackmail and trauma and torture. Every single time. The Holocaust, the Holocaust, the Holocaust. 6 million Jews did not die in the Holocaust. Even if they did, how many other people died? Those lives matter. Just like, yes, Charlie Kirk's life matters, but maybe the guy who was decapitated by an illegal immigrant in Dallas this week, maybe his life mattered too. But no, a Christian conservative commentator who, quote, loved Israel, his life matters more because of the optics of it than anybody else who gets stabbed, shot, raped, burned alive, or tortured on the streets every single day. In the same way that if Netanyahu had been assassinated, his life would be way more valuable than Charlie Kirk's life. That's the situation that we find ourselves in. We have not just a multi-tiered justice system. We have a multi-tiered hierarchy, a totem pole, if you will, of who is important in society and who's not. And the bottom line is this. If you are a Christian in America, you are more important than all the other religions. You're more important than Islam. You're more important than Buddhists. You're more important than anybody else, except for Jews. It's the same thing with the women's rights movements. If you're a black woman, your story matters more than the white woman. If you're a black man and you claim you've been the victim of racism, your story is more important than a white woman's story. It's a hierarchy, don't you see? But if you're Jewish, man or woman, your story is automatically more important than everybody else's story. And I remember when I started to notice this, and I would say, well, hold on a second. Aren't the lives of everybody, at least we assume in the first place, aren't they important? And people say things to me like, well, you're anti-Semitic? Well, so what does anti-Semitism mean then? It means that I have to make sure that Jews hold a special place in society? Do you understand that some of the things that I choose to say on this show, I do it simply because I have a right to do it and that it's okay to do it? Have you not noticed how many things we've looked at tonight where people are blaming Islam, blaming Mormonism, blaming Islam? I started the show out tonight with 30 minutes on blaming Christianity. I'm allowed to do that. I have a responsibility to do that. And I am allowed to criticize Jews. I am allowed to criticize Israel. I'm allowed to criticize not just Israel, but I'm allowed to criticize specific Jews and rabbis. I am allowed to do that. Ebel in the chat says, Jews are more sensitive. Yeah, well, to paraphrase and take a line out of Ralphie May's work, look, if gay Jews can take a dick in the ass, then they can sure as fuck take criticism. Tel Aviv is the capital of getting ass banged, isn't it? Getting dicks in your mouth, isn't it? Having gay sex orgies in the bunkers, isn't it? I'm allowed to say this stuff. I'm so tired of people being like 30 miles behind. Like how long it takes for the public to finally recognize what a problem is, and then they still only then will only acknowledge a piece of the problem and won't acknowledge it fully for what it is. Meanwhile, these aren't even Semites. The Arabs are the Semites. The Palestinians are the Semites. The Muslims are the Semites. We treat Islam and Muslims like second-class citizens in the United States. And even the liberals that seem to be aligned with Muslims, who's first and foremost number one that pays for all this? Liberal Jews. They are the number one contributor of campaign contributions to the Democrat Party. You even heard Charlie Kirk say it. They're the responsible party. They're what's wrong. The liberal Jews, the progressive Jews are the reason. And he even tries to defend it. Well, maybe they're scared of the oppression and the tyranny and what happened in the past. Okay, so Germans who were, maybe they have family members who had to leave Germany, the 14 million that were removed from the country and tortured and raped and some of them murdered. So the descendants of those Germans, they can just start up the Third Reich again and be like, well, I mean, I had ancestors that suffered, so I can just murder anybody I want to today. Plus, the U.S. lives in an echo chamber. It's a crazy echo chamber because the whole world knows exactly what I'm saying. Like everybody knows this. And most people don't even care. They're just tired of it. These people want their Armageddon and they're going to get their Armageddon. The Christians are going to make sure that happens. Damn it. Here's Netanyahu again.
Have your own memories of Charlie Kirk. Please share them.
Well, Harris, before I do that, I have to say that we're just heartbroken. Myself, my wife, my family, my son actually, on his 2019 visit to Israel, had lunch with him and his wife, Erica. We're shattered first as human beings because a great human being has been taken from us. Was an extraordinary friend.
I want to put something into context for you, okay? Netanyahu is saying that this guy was a great human being. He probably was, actually. I think Charlie Kirk actually was a decent human being. That's not what I'm disputing. What I'm disputing is that Netanyahu, or anybody that says this kind of stuff, has any right to speak or open their mouth, considering that what Netanyahu has engaged in is nothing short of ethnic cleansing, to be conservative about it. So if you're going to blow children in half, and that is the image that is, it's applicable. It's not atrocity propaganda. When you're going to blow children in half and then be like, well, this person over here was a great human being, but this baby over here, we decided to kill them. Well, actually, we decided to kill everybody, kids, adults, teenagers, everybody, because they're just not chosen. How can you sit there and say that? How can anybody argue this? How can anybody be pro-war, pro-death, pro-destruction, just pro-eradication of life, but then choose certain lives that are special? And since Charlie Kirk was a slave of the Jews in Israel, he gets a little nice note made by Netanyahu, even though Charlie Kirk himself said these people are coming after me, even though I've done nothing but support them. That's disgusting. People should look at Netanyahu and say, why don't you get Charlie Kirk's mouth or name out of your mouth, you disgusting rat? That's what I'm saying. I think Netanyahu should get Charlie Kirk's name out of his fucking rat face mouth because it's repulsive. It's disgusting. It's just gross. And the sicker thing than that is that people will listen to me saying this and be like, he's angry, he's anti-Semitic, he's a Nazi. I'm a fucking constitutionalist. I'm saying what everybody else apparently is terrified to say, including Nick fucking Fuentes. We just toe these party lines and we find the groups that make us feel good. There's like nobody that's honest and objective and speaks their mind. It's all scripted. It's just disgusting. I mean, it's like, I don't know, it's like the mafia off somebody and they're like, well, he was a great member of the family. We're so sad that he passed away, he died. Yeah, but you killed him. You killed him. I don't know if Netanyahu had anything to do with it. I really genuinely don't. I have no idea if Netanyahu had anything to do with it. But the fact is that he lied about the letter and he lied about Charlie's sentiment for him and for Israel because we just played Charlie Kirk's clip about what he said. And then he's going to sit there on multiple TV shows, Newsmax, Fox News, etc., and say, Charlie was a good friend and I'm just heartbroken. You're heartbroken. What kind of heart? You don't have a heart. You murder people for not being Jews. And then you say, well, Charlie Kirk dying, this hurts. You don't have a heart. You have a black hole. You are an abyss. And he's just one of endless numbers of these people. And that brings me to the jet. You know who owned that jet? What jet? Oh, I don't know. The jet that disappeared off of radar illegally and then reappeared. I'm sure you've heard about this jet, right? First thing I heard about the jet, I thought, oh, here we go. Another story. And I'm not even really concerned about the jet itself. The tail number of that jet was N888KG. It left Provo Airport an hour after the shooting. 30 minutes into the flight, it dropped off the ADS-B illegally and reappeared headed back to Provo approximately an hour later. Pretty suspicious considering that something big happened in Utah this week. At the same time, pretty suspicious. Really suspicious. The thing is, though, when I heard that story, I genuinely thought to myself, okay, who owns the plane? And we didn't really know who owned the plane for a little bit. We ended up finding out who owned the plane. You want to take a guess at who owns the plane? Little guess at who owns the plane? Because I was thinking, who could it be? Who could it be? Well, we found out who owns the plane. It's registered to Derek and Shelaine Maxfield Family Foundation. Do you know who these people are? Derek Maxfield is a major contributor to this group. And you'll know who they are. If I remember how to spell it. Lubavitch. How do you spell it? It's Chad Lubavitch. Lubavitch. You know, I could learn the language, but they'd still hate me like Charlie, so why even bother? Chad Lubavitch, this was the controversy in New York, the world headquarters. Remember that? Well, I guess they're not going to show it to me, so I'll have to go to another search engine. Wasn't it Chad Lubavitch? Chad Lubavitch, tunnels, Chabad Lubavitch. That's why it didn't come up. Yep, there it is. Remember that? And the Anti-Defamation League said, this is blood libel. This is anti-Semitic. I love they used Jewish rats on the ADL website too. It's funny. Okay, well, that guy is a huge donation source for Chabad Lubavitch. Convenient, huh? Strange, huh? They run a nonprofit, and they like to visit Israel. They donate a lot of money to the group that ran those tunnels in New York. Is this picture getting clear enough for you? Maybe the Israel did do it, because the guy that owned the plane is a supporter of Israel. He donates money to the largest, it is the world headquarters of Chabad Lubavitch in New York, the one that got caught with those tunnels. Funny enough, accused of abusing kids, and then they run a foundation to help kids that are abused. It's how it always works. And then we find out that there's a menorah. That's where Kirk was killed, on top of the menorah. I showed you that. And we find out some other very interesting things. We find out that Netanyahu is all over TV, just strangely being like, no, we didn't kill him. No, we didn't kill him. No, we didn't kill him. The thing is, I get if someone asked him that. When do you see Netanyahu get called onto all these TV shows suddenly? When have you ever seen Netanyahu this many times on this many news? I mean, Newsmax to Fox News to CNN, like all in between. I think he was on CNN too. When is the last time you see Netanyahu on TV this much? And just suddenly he just appears there. And it's not even like he's there to talk about something else. It's like he's there to talk about how he didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Like, that's real. That's like, didn't O.J. Simpson write a book, If I Did It? This is Netanyahu's If I Did Kill Him tour. Like, this is real suspicious. Really, really suspicious. So, when Charlie Kirk is killed at the top of a menorah, and they kill him on a Jewish holy day that corresponds, or at least a Jewish day that corresponds to the beginning of World War II, and they blame Islam, and they go on TV to defend Israel, and Charlie had made these observations before, and the jet that likely, or at least perhaps, but likely based on the evidence, probably flew the shooter, was owned by somebody who donates a ton of money to the world headquarters of Chabad Lubavitch, the same group that was moving kids and mattresses and high chairs through tunnels in New York. What am I supposed to think about that? Am I supposed to ignore that? Maybe this will clear it up for you. Here's the Prime Minister of Spain. The Prime Minister of Spain said, sorry, we don't have nuclear bombs to prevent Israel from striking Gaza. I saw this, and I saw one of these Israeli bots that said, believe me, don't be sorry that this is like a big name guy, I guess, Yossi Amar. I don't know who that is, if it is a real person. Believe me, don't be sorry that you don't have nuclear bomb to use against Israel. Don't be sorry, because if you had it and dared to use it on Israel, believe me, Madrid and Barcelona would already look like Gaza, and you would be burning in hell with Sinwar and Nasrallah. The time of the Jews of Spain, whom you tortured, raped, and burned and expelled, is over. Today the Jews have a country, and it's better not to mess with it. You've been warned. Don't fuck with Israel. Like, the Spanish Prime Minister, whether you agree with what he said or not, literally is being threatened by Jews and Israel, that if you try to stop what we're doing in Gaza, we will, this is what it says, we will destroy Madrid and Barcelona. These people are not even demons. This isn't even Satan incarnate. Satan would be like, fuck, man, these people are evil. I can't deal with this. It's like Satan when Trump got into bed with him, and Satan's like, I don't really want to tonight. Is there going to be any investigation into Israeli agents threatening to nuke Barcelona or Madrid? Oh, you tortured the Jews. Why did the Spanish do that? Why did the Spanish excommunicate the Jews and the Brazilians and the Lithuanians and the Germans and the Russians and arguably the Japanese too. Why? There's no reason. It just happens one day. There's no reason. It's not the usury. It's not the porn. It's not the sexual abuse. It's none of that. It's just randomly one day everybody wakes up and says, you know what? I screw these people. They are going to destroy Madrid and Barcelona. So if you want to see Barcelona and Madrid, you better go check it out before Israel decides to bomb it with the nuclear weapons they don't have, right? Which, by the way, they are expanding their nuclear program. Like, this is totally psychotic. I don't even know what the Spanish prime minister said. He could have, apparently he said, sorry, we don't have nuclear bombs to prevent Israel from striking Gaza. I mean, at the very least, what's the response to that? A rational response to that? Like, well, you're crazy. That's like a little overboard, don't you think? No, what Israel does is we'll just blow up Madrid and Barcelona. How are they going to do that with the nuclear weapons they don't have? Like, this is crazy. There's not going to be an investigation of this? No, not at all. Of course not. Here's another guy. I looked this up. Teen Mom producer Morgan Freeman, not that Morgan Freeman, but Morgan J. Freeman. I'm sure that corresponds to Masons too, right? Morgan J. Freeman condemns the murder of Charlie Kirk after saying, I dream of an America with no Charlie Kirk. This is an interesting story because this guy said, I dream of an America with no Charlie Kirk. He's a producer. He's a Hollywood bigwig. And he was threatened. You don't get to keep your job if you don't say that that's wrong. So he says, oh, well, I condemn it. Do you know who Morgan J. Freeman is? A Jewish producer in Hollywood who was literally celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk and saying, you know, as a Jew in Hollywood, I don't think that we should have Charlie Kirks in America, which means he don't want Christians and he doesn't want conservatives in America. How much more of this do you need to see to understand what is happening? How much does someone need to shake you? Does someone need to like rub your face in dog poop for you to see this? I mean, you even look at Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk talking. And he's like, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I even gave him the benefit of the doubt. Like, maybe you're just traumatized. Maybe this is what you have. This is how you feel you have to act. But like, don't attack me. I'm not the problem. But see, Charlie Kirk was the problem. That's the issue here. He was the problem. You're the problem. I'm the problem. I am the problem. All of us are the problem because we're not chosen by God. And I don't think anybody fully understands the complexity of this situation, including myself. These people don't care. They will kill you. They will nuke your cities. They don't care. They hold a grudge against Spain for expelling Jews hundreds of years ago with no context. They hold a grudge against the Japanese. They hold a grudge against the Germans. They hold a grudge against the Russians. That's a fresh wound because, you know, the Soviet Union collapsed in recent times. So that's a recent flesh wound that's still a little bit sore for the Jews. They're really, that's why they hate Russia so much. That's why all the AIPAC shills in Congress constantly go after Russia. It's Russia. They even tried to blame Russia for Charlie Kirk's assassination. I saw that too. Russia did it. Qatar did it. They all got together. Qatar, Russia, China did it too, probably. Hell, everybody who doesn't support Israel's involved in it. I mean, really, when you have the prime minister of a country reading from a scripted letter on multiple news networks being like, I didn't kill him, what is that supposed to mean? When you have Charlie Kirk being killed on top of a menorah, when you have the date of the assassination corresponding to the beginning of World War II on the Jewish calendar, when you have people saying it's Islam, it's Mormonism, it's Russia, it's a foreign government. Oh, I bet it is. When you have the jet that jetted this person away, potentially, we don't know for sure, in Utah, and the person who owns it donates their money to a Jewish group that literally traffics children, like the Catholic Church does. And I'm supposed to see all that because I genuinely didn't think Israel had anything to do with it. I was like, I mean, my first reaction is Israel probably did have something to do with it, but like, I don't have evidence. I have no idea. I didn't look into it. And then last night when I researched all this and put the show together, I started thinking, well, you know, considering all these details, this is looking really suspicious. It's like a kid. I'm sure a lot of you are parents or you've dealt with kids. You know, a kid who just, you know, they did something wrong. You know, when a kid gets real quiet and they're writing on the wall, or they pooped in their diaper and they reach their hand in it. It's like laughing and playing and stuff's falling down and then suddenly silent. You're like, oh, this kid's putting something in the toilet. They're grabbing the poop out of their pants. Something's happening. That's what this is like. Like, clearly these people are really, really, really paranoid. Charlie's right. They're really paranoid, and they're willing to go on TV and say stuff like, oh yeah, we didn't do it. I mean, seriously, didn't O.J. Simpson write a book like that? Wasn't it like, if I did it? We didn't do it. Well, that's weird. What is that Simpsons meme? What a strange thing to say. It's weird. I mean, just imagine if like Putin came on TV. Putin's on Newsmax. He's on RT. He's on Fox News, and he's like, I want to let you know Russia didn't have anything to do with it. You'd think, oh, Russia definitely killed him. That's what you think. That's what all of us would think. What's the proper term for it? Adage? When you're a kid and people say, whoever smelt it dealt it. Well, Benjamin Netanyahu's been smelling something, and he's been real worried about it and sweating. It's also weird that he lied. He lied. I played the clip. He lied about what Charlie Kirk believed. He lied about it. That is, God, it's disgusting. He lied about it. Charlie Kirk apparently did not think those things that Benjamin Netanyahu lied and told the world. So just imagine if Israel did have something to do with it. They executed, if this is true, I genuinely don't know, but if it's true, they executed a vocal supporter who basically laid his entire career and life at the feet of Israel and let them control much of his career. And if they did kill him, Netanyahu goes on TV and says, we didn't kill him, and then lies about what Charlie Kirk believed. I mean, these people are lower. If you call them rats, you are being kind. You are being generous. I mean, these are demons that they require their own dictionary. These are beyond satanic, beyond demonic. There's no words in any language that can summarize who and what these people are. They are lower. I mean, even feces has a purpose. They're lower than feces. And so what am I supposed to do here? I'm supposed to just condemn everybody. The Spanish are wrong. The Brazilians are wrong. Lithuanians are wrong. The Germans are wrong. The Russians were wrong. Everybody was wrong. Except for people that get plastic surgery and change their names so they look white. They're the ones that are true. They're not hiding behind nose jobs or anything. They're not hiding behind name changes or anything. You know what, like the number one places people change their names? Hollywood. Because like the IDF, or rather the Mossad, the IDF operates under the same motto. Through deception, we wage war. Change their name, change their face. I mean, you hear these things, you're like, wow, this Ryan Gable guy, he's real disgusting. I got to cut this clip up and send it to people. No, I'm serious. They literally change their faces. Look at this. 50,000 plastic surgeries, Israel. This is just recent. This is what they do. This is who they are. They literally change their faces. 50,000 aesthetic surgeries reported in Israel since the war began. And I think the number ended up being somewhere around 54,000. Yes, 54,000. That's what they do. So it's just like the modus operandi. It's how they function. It's how they work. I don't know what else I'm supposed to say about that. What am I supposed to do? Sit here and be like, well, you know, this is what pisses me off, because I could sit here and I could just play the part everybody else plays, right? I could just be like everybody else and try to fit in and try to get that deal and try to be, you know, part of the club and part of the group. You know how many people, let me just preface by saying this to you, how many people in the UFO world were like, you know, Ryan, if you would just be a little bit nicer and you didn't ask all these questions, you could get on Carrie Cassidy's show. And I said, why would I want to be on Project Scam-A-Lot with that fat slob cow, Carrie Cassidy, and the guy in the hat? Why do I care about going on Project Camel Toe? Fuck them. Oh, well, you're never going to make it big. You think this is about making it big? You think this is about like money or fame or some girls at a conference? The fuck is wrong with you people? I'm just a human being. If you meet me on the street, I'm the same way. I had somebody email me recently about Coca-Cola. They said, you think having Coke in the house is really going to make you fat, Ryan? And to their credit, I responded back to them and said, this isn't about me liking Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is a disgusting company. They lie, they cheat, they steal, they rob the consumers, they publish false science, they bribe people. They're a disgusting, filthy, gross company. That's why you shouldn't be drinking Coca-Cola. I should do a whole show on that. And the guy emailed me back and he said, I didn't know Coke was like that. It's like, you should, because it's really public knowledge. And if you don't, okay, now you know, and now you should never support them again. It's just, it's so disgusting. But the point is, I don't want to grovel. I don't want to participate in any of this. I could just sit here and do what everybody else does. Let's have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk, and let's not talk about the conspiracies, or the opposite. Let's have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. Let's talk about some of these conspiracies. And like, all of that is nonsense. All of that is just, it's like white noise to me. I wonder if it is to a lot of you too. It's like, it's white noise. It's like static in the background. Because you either have one of two options, apparently. It's either Charlie Kirk one time stood on a Masonic floor, so he's a Mason, or he was killed by some radical kid, and don't worry, Kash Patel, who always looks like he's on drugs, Kash Patel, he's got the answers. That's the same Kash Patel who's also fucking a girl who works for an IDF intelligence agent for ProgRU. Well, actually, ProgRU is run by I don't know if he's intelligence. I know he's like a Jewish scholar. And then one of their main organizers is a woman who literally is an Israeli intelligence. Like, put that into perspective. The FBI director is fucking a girl who works for Israeli intelligence. That's not suspicious. That's who we have to tell us where the Epstein files are, that guy? Or the other girl who worked for a group who was run by a guy who was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, you can't make this stuff up. I've shown you that before. I should show you that again because it sounds crazy. Let me show you that again. I'll bring up the book here. I'll show you that. Because you won't probably believe it if I don't show it to you. Sounds crazy. I think it was like was it a Weinstein? Let me find that in my new book here. Let's see. Somewhere here. Yep, here it is. Let's put that into perspective for you, and then I got another video clip for you to see. This is... All right, here's a clip from my book. This is who the FBI director is having sex with. Look at that. Alexis Wilkins. She's a big country music conservative Republican star, ain't she? No, she works for this woman, Marissa Straight, who is, as you can see, an Israeli who worked in the 8200 Division of the Israeli Defense Forces, behind Dennis Prager, who is also, as you can see, a Torah scholar. That's who the FBI director's girlfriend is. You want to go a little bit further into it? All right, say no more. Let me scroll down here and show you Emily Austin. Here's Emily Austin, a Jewish influencer who joined Israel's UN mission. Here's Emily Austin, who works for the Wasserman Group. And who's her boss? Casey Wasserman. This guy, who's like really good friends with Jeffrey Epstein. And that's who they gave the Epstein files? You got to be out of your mind to think that any of this is anything but a stage, but a show, but a production. And if Israel did have anything to do with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, you better believe that Kash Patel was given the order. You better believe the FBI was given the order. They grabbed a few random people. They're crazy. They got a patsy going. And then suddenly everybody forgets about the jet. Conveniently, which, by the way, 888, the number of the jet in Greek, is the number of Jesus Christ, for the record. Plus, there are 8 protons, 8 neutrons, and 8 electrons, and oxygen. So Jesus is the breath of life, as I pointed out in my Occult Arcana book. But, there's not reptilians in the book, so, people don't care. So, anyway, that is really critical and really important information. That gives you an idea. It's not the whole idea, but it gives you an idea of what we're dealing with here. Let me show you one other thing to give you a really crystal clear idea of what we're dealing with here. This is a viral thing that people have been filming on their TVs. I don't know if there's an actual clip of it from CNN. Here's a rabbi on television basically threatening anybody and everybody.
You're a terrorist, and you're part of October 7th. We're coming after you. And we don't care if you're in Qatar. We don't care if you're in Lebanon. And it could be even if you're in England. We'll get you.
Yeah.
Terrorists, and you're part of October 7th. We're coming after you. And we don't care if you're in Qatar. We don't care if you're in Lebanon. And it could be even if you're in England.
Yeah, you're in Qatar, you're in England. Great. So basically what this rabbi is telling CNN is that we will completely violate the sovereignty of nations, and we will go into any country we see fit, and we'll just assassinate people when we don't like what they're saying. All right. So that's just run the drug ads. No question on that. No, like, hey, he just threatened to assassinate people in any country. So if I'm in Tokyo, you'll just assassinate me. If I'm in Madrid, you'll just level the city. I mean, isn't that kind of also suspicious that, like, if we don't like what you're doing, we'll just assassinate you no matter where you are? Kind of sounds like what happened to Charlie Kirk. Can you imagine, seriously, can you imagine anybody, could you imagine a Muslim on CNN saying, if you're a terrorist, we will get you no matter where you are. If you're in Washington, D.C., if you're in Tel Aviv, we will get you. It's unbelievable. Israel just threatened to nuke Spain. Rabbis are on CNN saying, we will assassinate you across borders with no due process. We will violate numerous international and domestic and state and federal and prefecture, whatever, it doesn't matter, laws. We don't care. We will kill you wherever you are. You cannot hate these people enough. You really can't. These people are absolutely psychotic and out of their minds, and will pay some respect to your average Orthodox conservative Jews who have to be the direct victims of this, who are right in the middle of it, who go to jail because they don't support these psychopaths, who get arrested because they won't support these psychopaths, who go to jail, who get beaten, who get tortured because they won't kill indiscriminately. Which, as I've pointed out many times on the show, there's a difference between Gaza and Auschwitz. In Gaza, everybody is killed. Everybody is a suspect. At Auschwitz, 3,000 plus babies were born. 7,000 people were there at liberation, and that's after the fact that thousands had been moved from the camp. And that was discriminatory. Hitler supposedly killed discriminately. Netanyahu kills indiscriminately. Netanyahu is far worse than Hitler. Israel is far worse than Nazi Germany. Gaza is way worse than Auschwitz. So don't give me that Israel is basically Nazi Germany. No, it's worse. Netanyahu's basically, no, he's way worse than Hitler. Gaza is basically a concentration camp. No, it's worse than a concentration camp. Way worse. Way, 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 way worse. All right, Steve in Southern California asked an interesting question. He said, maybe they faked his death to protect him. I suppose it's at least a consideration. Maybe. Maybe they moved his family to Israel. I don't think that's what happened, but I suppose you have free speech. You're allowed to consider whatever possibilities you'd like to consider. I'd say that a lot of them are stupid, but I don't think that's not necessarily that stupid. I think what's stupid is being like, well, there's a book called by Anastasia J, and the J stands for the Boaz and Jachin in the Bible, and that must be a Masonic conspiracy. Like, what does that even mean? Means nothing. All right. So yes, what is happening there is way, 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 way worse. Going to the chat. Let's take a look at some of the things that happened right before or right around the time of Charlie Kirk being assassinated. By the way, I wish we could do like a quick poll. How many people have seen this? Did you know that in the midst of this, the U.S. House approved a defense policy bill worth hundreds of billions of dollars, $900 billion to be exact? That's about the equivalent of what the Pentagon can never find. And it includes, quote, culture war amendments. Did you see this? Interesting, because the Charlie Kirk death is kind of part of that culture war thing. And this will modernize our military, which that's not a bad idea necessarily, except the military is just an arm of international bankers and people that have blackmail in our politicians. The measures include a pay raise for troops. Who's going to argue with that? Not a big deal. That's great, right? Give the troops some more money. Troops definitely aren't treated right in this country. And I guess Republicans blocked an effort by Democrat leaders to include the NDAA amendment that would have forced a vote on the release of Epstein files, which, this whole thing's just a joke, because why didn't the Democrats do that when they were in office? It's such a staged affair, however you cut it. But more importantly, Israel targeted Hamas leadership in the Qatar strike. And then Charlie Kirk takes up all the airtime, and everybody kind of forgets, oh, Israel bombed Qatar, and that's condemned internationally. But it's okay because, Ben Shapiro put a piece of cloth on his head, and he had some whisker oil that he smoothed out his whiskers with, and he went on his live stream and said, it's okay to attack Qatar because they're terrorists. Great. That's the precedent we're setting. Then it should be okay to attack Israel because they're terrorists. Like, do people not think of this stuff? Doesn't make me smart. I definitely don't have all the answers. I have no idea what happened to Charlie Kirk. But I do think that there are a lot of very, very, very strange coincidences and very weird things, including what Harrison Smith said, which, if you're just joining us, Harrison Smith had said, I'm not going to name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them. Well, that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the death. It's just like a fact. They probably would. Probably would. But remember, we looked at an individual earlier. There's actually a bunch of them. Avi Avidan, who said that if the Muslim Brotherhood was behind the assassination, we should declare war on Qatar. Well, you already bombed them, and then Charlie Kirk gets killed, and then the Muslims did it. We have to attack Qatar. Oh, and then also on September 9th, Israel ordered a full evacuation of Gaza City, as Netanyahu warns this is only the beginning. Yep. So did Israel kill him to distract from this fact? Possibly. I don't think that's what it was, but I guess you could argue that that's a benefit of it. Noka in the chat says Israel has bombed 7 countries within 72 hours. Yep. But a little tiny drone flying into Poland. That's the big story, though, right? That's the big story. Oh no, Putin flew a drone into Poland. It's basically Hitler. Did you see this story? It's basically Hitler invading Poland again, which, remember, I showed you is peculiar because on the date of Charlie Kirk's death, on the Jewish calendar, it aligns with the outbreak of World War II. Now tell me that isn't bizarre. On the Jewish calendar, for those of you who can't see this, on the Jewish calendar, the date of Charlie Kirk's death corresponds to the beginning of World War II, based on Elul. And it was also, I think it was within a 24-hour period, that Putin flew a drone into Poland. And they're trying to create the image that Putin is Hitler and he's going to invade Poland, as if like anybody in the history of the world has ever looked at a military strategy and then picked the one that lost and said, let's follow this one exactly. Hitler invaded Poland, Hitler lost. Let's do the same exact thing. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, but you know, those Russians are stupid. So they of course, they're going to do something like that. Makes no sense. The Russians are only the enemy because they're not fully communist anymore. That's why. So, you know, when I see things, as I said, when I see things like, you know, Israel ordered a full evacuation of Gaza City, when I see a $900 billion spending bill, when I see Israel targeting Qatar leadership and then Israeli hacks on social media saying, well, I think the Muslims killed him, so let's bomb Qatar again. Well, you already did that. You don't need like a declaration of war. You just do whatever you want. Nobody says anything because you hold the quote Holocaust over them. And then Putin invaded Poland. Oh my God. And it just so happens to align with the day that corresponds, the Jewish day that corresponds with the start of World War II, you know, when Hitler invaded Poland, as if that was the start of World War II. Yeah, the United States, so disgusting. The United States told Japan that they started World War II. Do you know that? That's in the War Guilt information program. They literally tried to convince the Japanese they started the war. Yeah, the Japanese invaded Poland. That makes sense. That's official history. The U.S. government brainwashed and propagandized the Japanese people. We're freeing you from your imperialist government. Now you're going to listen to exactly what we tell you to do. You did the war. You're responsible. And if you protest against Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that's an act of aggression and nationalism, and we'll take that as a hostility. It's so disgusting. It's just so gross. It's so repulsive. It's just unbelievable. And so, as I showed you earlier, for those of you who have just joined us, these are really important little details here. There is where Charlie Kirk was assassinated. I'm sure that's all a coincidence, though, right? This is all a coincidence, right? This is all of it. The evacuation of Gaza, September 9th. Qatar strikes, September 9th, I believe was the date. Putin invades Poland. The linking of the date of Charlie Kirk's assassination to the date of Putin, you know, invading Poland, apparently, and World War II, where the Nazis invaded Poland. And then, you know, back to the menorah. And then, of course, the jet with Chabad Lubavitch, donor, who ran the jet, who owned the jet. I was thinking, someone in the chat said this earlier, it's probably the same jet they flew Alexandrovich to Israel on. You actually could be really right about that. Shockingly, you could be right about that because, you know, Jonathan Pollard, you know who Jonathan Pollard is? The worst spy in U.S. history, an Israeli spy. And when Netanyahu wanted to talk to him, they let the prime minister of the country that the kid spied for, this guy rather spied for, come to the United States and have a secret meeting with him at the prison. It's crazy. And then he was flown back to Israel on Sheldon Adelson's plane. You know, the guy that gave Trump all that money, the guy that was married to Miriam Adelson, the one that called Trump the Messiah. So it wouldn't surprise me if that plane actually was the one that was used to fly Alexandrovich back to Israel. By the way, that story disappeared, wasn't it? Why do you only focus on the one Israeli guy that was, well, because one, he was ahead of Israeli cybersecurity and AI and a bunch of other things. That's one. And two, because he's the only one that fled and was allowed to flee. So, like, what is this, like, suspicious questioning? Why are you only concerned with the Jewish guy? Because he's the only one that was allowed to flee. That's why. Derek Maxfield, also Jewish. And just like George Zinn, also Jewish. Like how much more do you need? I don't know. I don't know. How much more do you need? I think all the evidence falls into place that if anybody did do it, it might have been Israel. But I don't know. I really don't know. And well, I do know one thing. I know that I don't believe that one person was involved, and I don't believe that the patsy that they've selected is going to be the end of the story, one way or the other. And the government loves conspiracies because if you don't believe it, it's going to create alternative, viewpoints that they can use to quash rebellion and censor speech and all that. They say Tyler Robinson was raised Mormon. Raised Mormon. So the Mormons must have done it, right? The Mormons did it. One other thing I wanted to share with you before we're concluding tonight's show is the significance of where Charlie Kirk was shot. This is interesting. Because if you recall, there was another neck incident just a few days ago. And the girl that was stabbed, she was stabbed in the neck on the right side. And she bled and died. Although, there's conspiracy. She's still alive. It's all fake. Everything's fake now, right? But Irina Zorutska, that died, that was stabbed on the train by that crazy psychopath. It's weird that she would be stabbed in the right side of the neck, and then a few days later, Charlie Kirk would be shot in the right side of the neck. Maybe that's a coincidence, but then again, maybe it's not a coincidence. Give me 2 seconds. I need to grab my computer charger here to the side of the desk. Okay, I didn't expect to go this long because the computer's about to die. Let's think about this for a second, okay? So this story of the neck, this might be a bigger story than it isn't. It might be a story. Because in Jewish mysticism, in the Kabbalah, the neck is a symbol of the Sephirot, which is the divine emanations. It's also a symbol of the microcosm. The whole body is a symbol of the microcosm. It represents, obviously, the narrow channel that connects the body to the head, which is the physical body connected to the spiritual center, the crown, the lower Sephirot and the higher Sephirot. The neck is the soul's narrow straits, is how it's typically termed. I think there's a word for that too in Hebrew. And it's where the enemy of faith attacks. The enemy of faith attacks the neck and sows doubt and apathy. Now, clearly, this is a metaphor about, your voice. But they have a word for this in Israel. And you'll know this in the Bible as well. The name is AMALEK. AMALEK is a nation or people described as the eternal enemy of the Israelites. Okay, are you with me? AMALEK is an eternal enemy of the Israelites, a nation of people, or anybody. All of us, according to the Talmud, apparently. And the neck is where AMALEK attacks to sow faith, or sow rather the opposite of faith, discord. Now, I want to make this very clear. You might be confused. Well, how would this have anything to do with Israel having killed Charlie Kirk? I mean, they're the Jews, so how would that have anything to do with AMALEK? Well, see, that's the thing. Remember when Netanyahu called the Palestinian people the children of darkness? And he said, we are the children of light. They are the children of darkness. Remember that? He actually said it. There's video of him saying it. I think he said it in English and he said it in Hebrew too. the children of darkness and the children of light. Remember, Shlomo Sand and a bunch of others who have said that the real Israelites, the real ones, are actually the Palestinian people, the brown people that live in the area, and not the white Jews from Europe. Are you with me? Here is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness. Painting that whole Armageddon story, light and dark go to war in the end, and it's right in this part of the world if we're looking at it literally geographically. Netanyahu actually said that. We're the children of light, they're the children of darkness, all of them, and we have to kill them all, but they're not committing genocide. Okay, so that to me would indicate that Israel as a country is comprised of people who are not only not Jews, but if we're reading the prophecy, they're the false prophets. They're the Antichrist. That's what they want to establish with the building of the third temple. And they are the true threat to the real Israelites, which would be the Palestinian Arab people of the region. In other words, they are the children of darkness claiming to be the children of light, while they systematically, ethnically cleanse and exterminate the real children of light in any biblical or prophetic sense. Which means that if Israel did have something to do with Charlie Kirk's death, I don't know if they did. I really don't. If I thought they did, I would say, yeah, they probably did it. And my intuition tends to push me in that direction, but something else says maybe they didn't do it. But either way, if Israel did have something to do with it, and they did specifically try to kill him by shooting him in the neck, we don't know if that's true either. Maybe the bullet ricocheted. I don't know. But if they did, it is odd. It is bizarre. It is peculiar. It is strange that the neck is, in Jewish tradition, the site where AMALEK attacks and sows doubt and apathy, where the enemy of the true children of God, which are all people, in other words, where the devil attacks you is the neck. In Europe, in the Middle Ages, your fingernails were the source of demonic attacks. This is why you'll see witches in movies where their fingers are all dark and brown. They're really dark around the fingernails and they get a little lighter as they go down the hand. But then as she becomes more possessed by that evil, it kind of takes her whole hand. That's because your fingernails were the source of entrance for demons. But the neck, this is where your voice is, the soul into the head. You can see the soul in the eyes, the mouth, the 7 holes of the head. This is sacred. And if you attack the neck, that's the children of darkness attacking the children of light. That's the devil, that's Satan, that's this opposing force attacking God's creation. And they specifically are described as an enemy of faith. Like the modern state of Israel that despises Jesus Christ, that despises conservative Christians, but uses them and abuses them. So it would make sense that Israel did do it, targeted the neck, and did it in front of a large group of people to make sure that you're not to ask questions, Goyim. You're not supposed to say that, Goyim. Because ultimately, no matter how much you hate the transgender LGBTQ, quote, cult, the closer you get to exposing that, the closer you get to finding out who's really behind it. And so they will blow your head off before you get a chance to do that. And more people are realizing who's responsible for it. And the illegal immigration. And the whole ball of liberal progressive ideologies. Abortion, illegal immigration, massive protests, Black Lives Matter, the Marxist marches, the Antifa marches, which comes from the anti-fascist Action group back in the 1930s, opposing Nazi Germany, and so on and so forth. So if the children of darkness did actually kill Charlie Kirk, it is weird that it was done at the head of the menorah and they shot him in the neck, which would sever the head, decapitating what Charlie Kirk represented, which was Christ. They hate Christ. And even though he groveled to Israel, he acknowledged there's something wrong here. I've given them everything and they still treat me like this. And then they blew his fucking head off on top of a menorah on a day that significantly on the Jewish calendar relates to World War II, which how many times have I told you, when you get close to exposing who these people are, now you got the Spanish prime minister saying, we got to put an end to this. We can't sit by as a civilized world and watch what Israel is doing. You're going to get a world war. At the very least, you're going to get localized civil wars, but you're going to get a world war. They're going to create a world war. They're going to profit from that world war. And in the end, no matter how many Christians and Muslims and Buddhists and everybody else who dies, it'll be another 6 million Jews who will be prominently featured in the history books. Just like during the 1800s and the early 1900s, when 6 million Jews were supposedly targeted by the evil Romanovs. That's all in the newspapers, by the way, going back to the 1860s. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Look at that image, and then you consider the idea of the neck. Amalek attacks the neck. What is that pillar there at the top where Charlie Kirk is? The very tip, the Feast of Trumpets, the tip a little bit higher than all the other holders on the menorah. They severed the head of what Charlie Kirk represents, folks. Do you understand that? And to me, yes, there's people behind him maybe giving hand signals. There's people in the crowd. Yes, this thing was organized and staged, but what I'm concerned with, frankly, is like the symbolism of it. And the symbolism of it is they set Charlie Kirk in the middle of a menorah at the very top. Then they shot him in the neck, which is where the devil attacks the righteous. And if Israel did have something to do with it, that plane is mighty suspicious. Netanyahu on TV, I didn't do it, mighty suspicious. Blaming the Muslims, mighty suspicious. Bringing up 9/11, the date of World War II, Putin going into Poland, apparently. Well, it's just a drone. Mighty, mighty, mighty suspicious. But there's actually more to it, folks. There's a lot more to it. You can believe it or not believe it. I don't really think it's a matter of belief. I'm just reporting on what the news is. And that is, in Israel, the elite units of Israeli intelligence specifically train to shoot people in the neck. So I feel like there's nothing really else I could say. I don't know who killed Charlie Kirk. I genuinely feel horrible. I can't watch that video. But who puts that video up there and wants you to see it over and over again? Just like 9/11, who put those videos on the screen and wanted to show you those planes hitting the building over and over and over and over and over again? Muhammad doesn't control the media. Muhammad doesn't control the banks. Muhammad doesn't control social media. Muhammad doesn't control any of the things these people control. Do you think like a Saudi prince could just call up CNN and be like, yeah, can I get on TV and say something? No. But can Israel? Yeah, because they run the media. We need to get Netanyahu on TV immediately to say he didn't kill Charlie Kirk. That conversation took place sometime in the last 72 hours. Can you imagine that? You're working at Fox News or Newsmax and you get a call that says, we need to schedule for Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, to come on your show and say that he didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Like, you would think as a presenter, you'd think like, whoa, that's really suspicious. Wouldn't you? I guess not. But reportedly, the elite units, like the elite of the elite and the IDF and the Mossad, they train to shoot people in the necks. Why? I mean, usually because it's a very sure way to execute somebody. You can shoot people in the head. They could survive a headshot. Maybe the bullet grazes their ear. But if you hit them in the neck, chances of you severing a main artery or maybe breaking the neck, really high. So they train to kill people by doing that. and then they blame it on everybody else. I don't know. I really don't know. You know that if I thought it was Israel, I would say it's Israel. I don't know. I know Israel is behind the illegal immigration. I know that they're behind the hookup culture. I know that they're behind the porn. I know that they're behind pretty much every subversive, obscene, disgusting piece of filth and sewage in our society. But I don't know if they killed Charlie Kirk. The evidence, however, is kind of overwhelmingly pushing me in the direction of believing that Israel had something to do with it. The eviction of Gaza, the $900 billion, how much of that's going to go to Israel, that Congress just approved, the bombing of Qatar, the promoting of having war with Qatar because they might have killed Charlie Kirk. Yeah, sure, Qatar did it. The menorah where he was killed, the blaming of Islam, the defending of Israel. Charlie himself realizing, yeah, it's liberal Jews behind this. The jet that disappeared and reappeared. Chabad Lubavitch. That's where all the money goes from the guy that owns the jet. He gives money to these people. Those are the people that had the underground tunneling network in New York. And then you have the date, the Jewish date, Elul, aligning with the beginning of World War II. And you have, when people like Charlie Kirk get wise and start recognizing what's happening, you typically have a world war. And Putin flying a drone into Russia, or rather from Russia into Poland. And then you get the significance of the neck, where you have basically the devil, you have the enemies of faith, which is what Israel is. Put a bullet in Charlie Kirk's neck. I mean, I just sit and I think about that, and I just imagine like somebody killed this guy and then got on a jet and probably flew back to Israel. And probably has a private ceremony where they get an award. I mean, they did that with Jonathan Pollard. They brought him back with like a pageant for spying on America and selling the country out. And he flew back on Sheldon Adelson's plane. Trump has integrity, though. Now, if Trump had integrity, he would tell Mary Adelson she can shove the $100 million up her ass. And then Trump would have had a press conference and said, you know, the guy who flew the plane or owned the plane and flew this horrible terrorist spy back to Israel wants to control my presidency. That's what a real leader would say. That's the truth, too. It is the truth. It's the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. The neck is the soul's connection to the head and to the body. You sever it, you cut off the head, decapitate, symbolically the movement that is Charlie Kirk. And as imperfect as it was, at least it was like, let's put America first, which the ADL classifies as anti-Semitic, by the way. So as I've been saying, not to be redundant, but as I've been saying on the show for more than a year now, almost a year and a half, 2 years, if you are Jewish, you better start talking about these things, even if it risks you going to jail with everybody else, because you will not be saved. If they did kill Charlie Kirk, another example of how they will murder their own people. They don't care. If you are a weird white supremacist Nazi, get in a time machine and go back to the 1930s and let me know how great the camps are, because that's exactly where you would have been if you would have been a weird white supremacist Nazi back in the 30s with tattoos and a history of drug addiction. That's where you'd be. And if you're a conservative who finds my comments appalling, well, I say that it's your fault. It's your fault. You support liberal Jews every time you vote, every time you back the Israeli government, every time you back a war, every time you back these AIPAC politicians. You are responsible for it, because they are responsible for the porn. They are responsible for the illegal immigration. They are responsible for the drugs. They are responsible for the crime. You know, they finance and arm and train the drug cartels, right? They are responsible for LGBTQ. They're responsible for the pedophilia in large part. They're responsible for all the things you as Christians despise. So why have you aligned yourself with them and decided to go on a crusade against Islam, which is suicidal and crazy. You better realize that these conservative people and the libs of TikTok and Laura Loom and all these people, like, we're conservative. No, you're not. You're not conservative. You're calling to jail people who have different points of view. You're calling for war. Laura Loomer is literally calling for a civil war. We tried talking, but talking ain't working, so we got to have war. Exactly what the rabbi ordered, folks. War. You think they can't be petty and hold grudges over 100 years? You don't know the Jews. They're really good at holding grudges. And I think what the saddest thing is, like, I'm not Clayton Bigsby here. I don't have hate in my heart I got to let out. I'm just saying things for what they are. Because the bottom line, folks, is if you can go on social media and blame Muslims, then I should be able to say Christians, and Jews. And if I can't say that, we have no free speech. If I can say it, but I get in trouble for saying it, and I get in trouble not by the government, but by people who are offended by it, then you don't understand the concept of free speech, which is as dangerous as the government regulating speech, censoring speech, or compelling speech to the contrary. Ask this question, shout this question. Why can I blame Islam? It gets annoying, doesn't it? Islam. But if I say, also, there's a bunch of liberal Jews, oh, that's offensive. Why are you allowed to blame Islam? Plus, I don't understand. Liberal Jews, they look like white Europeans. The Muslims are the ones that are brown. The Muslims are the ones that, like, wouldn't it be racist to hate Islam and Arabs? The Jews are white. At least how the right interprets white. They're white. So how is it racist? Another term that was invented to protect Jews, by the way. Racism was, and antisemitism, which was replace anti-Judaism. It's just like, what? Well, I don't understand. Like, then people ask me, why do you talk about this every night? Well, first of all, I don't. But second of all, it's the center of everything. Like, let me show you an example before we're done with the show tonight. It doesn't matter what the topic is. Every single one of these major topics has Israel written all over it. Every one of them. Let me show you. I'm going to delete some of these posts I have up here or these article links. Maybe I should keep those specific ones up. But let's look at this. Look at this. I will show. Well, actually, let me show you this in my book, because I know where they are in the book. I have screenshots of the articles. Let me show you this, and then we'll be done with the show. All right, I'm going to pull this up on the screen right now so you can see it, and I'm going to read this to you if you're in the audio-only section of the show. Let's pull this up. Oops, that's the wrong one. Remove that. I need the book. Okay, here's the book. Okay, the #1 supporter of abortion. According to My Jewish Learning, 2015 research poll, Pew Research, 83% of American Jews, more than any other religious group, say abortion should be legal in all/most cases. And if you have a hard time believing what I wrote in the book, you don't believe me, that's fine. You can just type it in, freeze the screen, type this in, and you can find it online. In fact, I can find it online right now, probably pretty quick, if I just post this and yep, it pulls Pew Research right up, so you can find it immediately. Okay, so the #1 supporters of abortion, Jews. All right, what else can we find? How about the NAACP? The NAACP, who invented that? Who created that? Who organized that? Oh, Henry Moskowitz, Lillian Wald, Joel and Arthur Springarn. Really? So the NAACP was created by Jews. That's magical. What about Black Lives Matter? Here's a New York Times piece. We are Jewish organizations and synagogues from across the racial and political spectrum from different streams of Judaism whose members trace their lineages from countries around the world. We speak with one voice when we say Black Lives Matter. You should see what the Jews do to blacks in porn and in sports and everywhere else. Okay, what else do we have? How about the biggest supporters of gay marriage? The Jews are also the biggest supporters of gay marriage as well. Well, there's the Times of Israel. U.S. Jews among the most supportive of gay marriage. You get the picture yet? I showed you Magnus Hirschfeld. You get the picture of who these people are? All the liberal policies you hate as a conservative Christian, these people are behind. How about pornography? You want to go through the pornography section? The pornography section, you'll know exactly who's in charge of it. Rabbis, pedophile performers, pedophile backers. These people are fucking disgusting. And they inject this stuff into society. I guess this is like a preview of the new book. It's just, I mean, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to pretend like it's not real? Like, people will ask me questions. Ryan, what do you think about this? I just showed you. Why do you always have to bring up Jews? I'm not bringing it up. They're bringing it up. They're the ones that are responsible for it. It's like, what am I supposed to do? All right, so I think I've made the point very clear. I don't know who killed Charlie Kirk, but considering all the little things that we looked at tonight, it seems pretty suspicious that Israel at least benefited, if not had something to do with it. But again, I don't know if they did. I don't know. I genuinely do not know. But it does seem really suspicious. I also think Christians are largely to blame for the radicalism on the political left, because you support the state that is behind all the political left-wing radical progressive ideology. And as Jackie in the chat says, you're supposed to bow down and shut up. And yes, I won't do that. Doesn't make me a hero. I refuse to bow down and shut up. And if that loses me friends, that's okay, fine. They weren't really friends. I can prove it. I can prove everything that I'm saying. This is what bothers me. 5 in the chat says, take over for Charlie. No thanks. I don't want anything to do with that Christian conservative mess. However, reportedly, Ben Shapiro might take over, which would make this even more weird and interesting. They're going to let the Ben Shapiro take over. And when people start getting, I know exactly what would happen if Ben Shapiro took over Turning Point. I know exactly what would happen. Let me tell you what would happen. It would be maybe a month, maybe 2 months, 3 months. And the evidence comes out Israel had something to do with it. And Ben will say, what does it even matter? And he'll talk really fast. It doesn't really matter who killed Charlie Kirk, because the point that happened like 3 months ago, because he wants to sound smart. And then it'll be anti-Semitic. And all the anti-Semitic problems in Turning Point will become the opposite. It'll be, there's no questioning at all of Israel. It's all pro-Israel now. That would be really suspicious. And that might actually be the case. Wouldn't that be something if Charlie Kirk is assassinated on a menorah on a Jewish day that relates to World War II, while Putin goes into Poland reportedly, after Israel gets another couple $100 billion from the U.S. government, on top of going into Qatar and then blaming the Muslims and saying we need to bomb Qatar again, and also declaring that Gaza should be cleaned out. And then the plane is literally owned by a guy who donates a bunch of money to the Jewish group that was trafficking children in New York. And then we find out, if that's true, Charlie Kirk is going to be replaced by Ben Shapiro. I mean, my God, if that's true. That guy is such a rat, such a weasel. Sometimes I think about the way that I come off on this show, and I think, maybe, Ryan, you come off a little bit too aggressive. Then I think about it for like 10 seconds, and I think, no, I don't think I'm aggressive enough. I think I'm actually pretty balanced, and I'm a pretty calm guy, actually. I just get really excited and really overwhelmed by all the evidence that tends to just be always present. And yet, for some reason, like nobody in the mainstream of the alternative is willing to address it. Everybody's scared. Some people are scared, but they've had the guts, like Charlie Kirk, to come forward and kind of allude to it. He's alluded to what the problem is. So is Megyn Kelly. A lot of people are like, well, wait a minute, I supported you and you're still going to do this to me? What is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? They're psychotic. That's what's wrong with them. They're delusional. They're mad. They're demented. That's what's wrong with them. So I don't have all the answers, but I can point you in the right direction. Joe Ryder brings up a good point in the chat. Thanks, cancel culture. Yeah, you don't think that the political right does, quote, cancel culture? What do you think go woke, go broke is? That's cancel culture. What do you think put soldiers on trains to stop stabbings? What do you think that is? You think that's like okay and acceptable? Let's just arrest trans people now because they all might blow up a school or kill some people. Like, are these people out of their minds? Clearly, they are out of their minds. But I understand because you've been pushed in that direction. That's the only option you have is radicalism. If you're a part of a movement, it's radicalism. How many times have I told you that the pendulum's going to swing the other way? This is the pendulum swinging the other way. It is. And hey, I'm right there with you. Okay, I don't have all the answers. I don't have insiders. I'm just trying to apply critical thought to these things. And kind of the irony of it all is I kind of learned the idea of that, or the concept of that. I wanted to incorporate into my show from a lot of other people who I used to work with or did radio with or whatever, and they'd be all like, oh, this is really objective. And then you get on the show and then there's just certain things you can't say. It's like, well, this isn't objective then. We got to understand that the audience is primarily Christian. If we go saying that stuff, well, then it's not an objective show. Then it's like a Christian show then, isn't it? It's like, what's that other guy? Jay Dyer. It's like Jay Dyer. He's a smart guy, really smart guy. I respect him for that as a human. But you can't critique Jay Dyer. If you do, you're an enemy. I got into a fight with him because I commented on the Christian cross. It's just a cult. It's a death cult. All of it. We got to leave the cults. No, here's the thing. I said the United States does not need Christ. It would be nice if people behaved in a Christ-like fashion conceptually. But here's the thing, and I might even do a little bit of research into this. What are the crime rates in Buddhist countries? Think about it. What are the crime rates in primarily Buddhist countries? From the places I've looked, they're exceptionally lower than they are in any Christian, Muslim, or any other country. I mean, I use Japan as an example. This is by far one of the least Christian countries in the world. And yet they have like 1% Christian. And yet there's like no crime here. They don't have soldiers on buses. They don't have soldiers on trains. And Jesus isn't everywhere. So apparently you don't have to have Jesus to have a functioning, safe society. Jesus could help with that, but Jesus is not the solution to the problem. Conceptually, I get it. I understand it. I don't have an issue with Christians who believe that necessarily. But what I'm saying is you don't need Jesus to be safe and to be clean and to be organized and to be efficient and to have a functioning society. Can you have those kinds of societies with Jesus? Yes. But do you need Jesus to have those societies? No. And any Buddhist nation in the world proves that. Plus, I also think it's kind of ironic because when I've had people combat me on stating that, they've said, well, if countries like Japan that weren't Christian were so great, why aren't they the world superpower? Well, there's a couple of reasons. One, we had wars. Two, Japan still is the fourth largest economy in the world. And three, you're assuming that in order to be like have a functioning society or like have a clean, safe society, like you have to be number one through military force. I feel like that's kind of hypocritical or contradictory. It's like people that, in the radio world, people talk about how many millions of followers they have or whatever. And then I looked at that Theo Von guy's show. His show is such a pile of dog shit, trash, boring, uninteresting garbage. And I went through and I read the comments on his Apple podcast stream. And you know what they were? The same thing I'm saying. And yet he had like a 4.7. I'm thinking, how is his number higher than mine when all of his comments are like 1 star? Mine are all 5 stars and he's got a high. What the fuck is that? That's called control. That's called fake. It's called staged. It's called acting. It's called giving you a hero. It's scripted, tripe, trash, garbage, nonsense. All these people. I don't pay attention to virtually anything going on in that part of the world in terms of like podcast. I really don't know what the hell's happening. People assume like I listen to Joe Rogan all the time. I've listened to maybe 5 episodes of Joe Rogan in my life. I don't listen to it. I'm telling you this because like I'm so out of the loop, but then I have to think about it. Other people listen to all this stuff, and that's where their concepts of reality come from. And the alternative media and these podcast bros have become the replacement for mainstream media. You don't think someone is pushing narratives into these, like supporting Pfizer, supporting Israel? My God, they just had a bunch of right-wing influencers meet with Netanyahu the other day. My God. That's not suspicious, is it? It's just all so scripted and so fake, and you have to be so careful what you say in every setting because someone's going to be offended, and everybody wants to censor people because they're offended, including the Christian conservative types, and put people in jail with no due process of law. They wanted to do that with Hillary Clinton. They want to do it with every one of these admitted criminals. Yeah, but you have to at least give people like due process of law. Otherwise, they'll just round up anybody and put everybody in jail. I think we need to start reassessing all the talking points because, again, the point was you don't have to have Jesus to have a functioning society. And you can have a functioning society that has no aspirations to conquer the world. You can have a functioning society which has no aspirations to be number one and stick their chest in everybody's business. You can have a functioning life of your own. Like, you know what I do? Let me just give you an example, and then we'll wipe up the show tonight, clean up the show, and we'll finish it. I get up every day. I have a glass of tea. I pray in front of my Shinto shrine, try to stretch, sit for a little bit and think. Then I usually get working on the show. Done with the show, usually take a walk, get something to eat, and then I usually read or something. And that's my day. It's usually a pretty peaceful day. It's a pretty calm day. It's a nice day. And when I go out in public, I'm extremely respectful, consciously respectful of the people around me because I'm not from here and I don't speak the language fluently. So I'm extra respectful. I try to speak Japanese every chance I get because I don't want people to feel uncomfortable because I'm a foreigner here. I'm always constantly doing the bowing like everybody else is, saying sorry, because I'm trying to fit in and because I also respect and I feel like that's the best way to have a functioning society. Frankly, that's my opinion. And that's me. And I feel like those are all things that equally could be said of Christians. You're kind to people, generous, you live a peaceful life. You try to educate yourself and be a better person, dress nice. Like that. These are the things that make a civilization. And I am proof to myself, maybe to you, that you don't have to be a Christian to do those things. You can be, but you don't have to be. And that is part of the problem I outlined earlier. Thinking you have to be a part of this. You have to defend the pedophiles in the Catholic Church. You have to defend the Crusades. You have to be on someone's team. You don't. You can just live a peaceful life and you can ask questions and you don't have to be subject to the negative or the positive of whatever group identity you would otherwise be a part of. You can just live your life in peace, which is what I try and what I attempt to do. And then I see things and I think, okay, something's out of place here. And then I look at them a little bit more. I'm trying to be aware. I'm trying to be conscientious. I'm trying to figure out what is going on. That's what this show's all about. Joe Ryder, you're right. You're totally right about that. That's kind of the point of the earlier part of tonight's show. If people really were following the teachings of Christ, they would absolutely reject and condemn the state of Israel and the Jewish communities in the United States that push all the perverted filth and garbage and smut and trash that they do. These are fake Christians, and it's disgusting. All right. For some comedy, I guess. Patriot Girl says, do you wear pajamas and slippers to the store? No, I don't. I'm not a 400-pound Hispanic woman going to Target with 12-inch fingernails, or a big fat black woman working at the DMV, which I think is that's the only requirement in the United States to be hired by the DMV, is to be 400 pounds black with large green fingernails. No, I don't go to the store dressed like that. All right, so that's pretty much the show. I think I've said all of it I need to show. This is 4 hours long. This is a lot of show. Maybe I could have condensed it to 3 hours, but I think all of it needs to be said. I think it needs to be said. And maybe we should kind of conclude on something that one of our listeners in the chat maybe is alluding to. Like Ryan said, there are fake Jews in Israel. In fact, the founder of Zionism was atheists. Yeah, most of the Zionists are. They're atheists, they're godless, they're heathens. Most of the Jews that are genuine, like Torah Jews, they get treated so poorly. They get treated, they get arrested, they get beaten, they get tortured, they get treated like they were in a, quote, concentration camp. Ringside Cartel says, ETA on the new book. Well, I'm having a listener / friend of mine do a proofread of it. And once the proofread is done, it will be published. Bad Monkey says, aloha from Makawa, Maui. I don't think I said the first part right. I know Maui. Is that Makawa? From Maui, aloha. I think we have a couple of listeners from Hawaii, don't we? All right. Anybody else in the chat? If you have questions, comments, etc., go ahead and throw them onto the chat, and I will. I'll bring them up on the show here. I think the two key points to take from tonight's show is the menorah and the neck symbolism and what all of that represents. I think so. I don't accept shekels, Noka. No, I don't. You want an advanced copy for a shekel? How do I? Are these digital shekels? Are they? You have to send me the shekels? I don't know. Noka's also in Hawaii. You were who I was thinking of. So thank you for tuning into the show tonight. This weird thing is we have a large number of Jewish listeners that at least people have emailed me in the past. You know, you should speak out against this because it's true. It's true. And if you don't want people coming after you, you need to make the distinction like Glenn Greenwald has about what is really going on, who these people really are, what they do. As for Charlie Kirk, I don't know. It's horrific, but I don't understand why the video gets shared. I mean, they can't show us Osama bin Laden, but you can show me Charlie Kirk having blood pour out of his neck over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Israel tells X to censor things from their platform, and they do it, but they let the video of Charlie Kirk getting killed stay up online. Is that not suspicious to anybody? I mean, I think it's extremely suspicious. PT said, did you ever find the audio music? Yes, I did. I did find the audio music. Those David Wilcock songs. I did find that. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. What else we have in the chat? Noka said, you're on the Big Island, also known as Hawaii. That I did pronounce right. Hawaii, right? Hawaii. All right. Thank you all for tuning into the show tonight. No, Mr. Nutt, I am not suicidal. They would never kill me because I am a nobody. They would never kill me either because I'm an irrelevancy. You know, I don't pick a side. I don't choose to align with one or the other. So they'd have no reason to kill me. Although that rabbi on CNN said if I was in Tokyo, he'd kill me. So maybe they'll come to Tokyo and kill me. Thank you, Rita, for tuning in. I know you never disappoint to be here, so I'm glad that I don't disappoint with the show. Thank you. Flux Capacitor said, be safe and watch your six. Yep. Thank you so much, Flux. It's really actually nice to go outside and not have to worry about getting attacked. We were walking home from the store last night and I heard somebody coming up behind us, and my instinct is like, oh my God, do I have to fight this guy over $1? And then I turned around to some like Japanese guy with headphones in running down the road in the middle of the night. I was like, oh, okay. Actually, the funny story is when I first came to Japan, I was in Ebisu, which is like a wealthy area of Tokyo. And I remember I was walking from the train station, the Ebisu train station. And I think I told this before. I'm walking down the street and I'm like, I'm fresh out of America, right? So I'm walking down the street and I see this person coming down the alley. There's a lot of alleys in Tokyo. And I thought, oh my God, I've been here for maybe like 3 hours. Do I really have to fight with this person already? Like, that's my instinct because that's all I'm used to seeing, all I'm used to dealing with: drug addicts, criminals, scum, trash, general assorted trash. And it's like a girl in like a schoolgirl uniform walking down the street at like 11 o'clock at night. I was like, oh, okay. Unless this is Silent Hill, I'm definitely not in Kansas anymore. It's just nice. It's really nice. There's a lot of the world that's like that, I think. My wife and I are going to travel to some other countries around here, and I'm sure I'll find the same thing is true there too. What's happening in the U.S. is organized. It's sabotage. It's part of a plan. It's Bolshevism is what it is. And what you're seeing now is Bolshevism. That's what the assassination of Charlie Kirk is. It's Bolshevism. That's what those bomb threats and the assassination attempts, that's what this all is. It's all Bolshevism. And if they get what they want, the U.S. is going to descend into a Soviet-style concentration camp. That's it. Mr. Neff said PTSD. Oh, yeah, I absolutely, dude, I have so much PTSD. I do. I have it with my relationship with my wife. I have it with the apartment. And when, there has to be something fixed around here, I have it with going out in public. I have PTSD with everything. Like, I didn't realize how traumatized I was from living in the United States. Like, I'm always worried. I'm like, every time my wife's about to come home, I'm like, don't be mad. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Please don't be mad. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. Never one time have I ever had a disagreement or an argument with her. And it's like every time she comes home, I'm thinking the same thing. Like, oh, it's so nice not to have to fight. Because that's all I'm used to. It's the same to go out in public. Like, how many times I go out in public in Tucson or New York or anywhere. I mean, my God, I remember in New York and Rochester, we walk into work, the last time this happened, there was a guy who literally was pissing on the side of the road, this big fat black guy, pissing on the side of the road. And I looked over, he said, "What you looking at, white boy?" I said, "I don't know. What are you looking at, black boy?" It's just like, I'm just so tired of it. It's just so, it's not, and for the right, it's not black fatigue because black people don't always act like that. It's just like, it's degenerate fatigue. It's scum fatigue. It's trash fatigue. I'm tired of dealing with crap like that. I know you all have to feel the same way about it. It's just disgusting. I'm tired of dealing with scum and trash. It's everywhere you go. It's like that. And then you leave and you find a place that's not like that. And you're like, wow. Like, the quality, this isn't just about Japan. Like, the quality of my life has increased so dramatically with no additional money, just not living in the United States. I mean, even the media over here is so much different. And when you consider this, yes, Joe Ryder, it's asshole fatigue. Exactly. When you consider this with the rest of like everything that we deal with as Americans and everything that you see, the constant reminder of racism and sexism, the constant reminder of you could be stabbed, shot, raped, or burned alive on a train, the constant reminder, the constant trauma of Kennedy's assassination and the World Trade Center being attacked and Trump almost being killed and World War II and the Holocaust, and just constantly pumped full of this propaganda, pumped full of this trauma, pumped full of all this crap that turns you into a person who's unable to deal with reality. So I get why people are like, well, Jesus is the answer. Well, Israel is the answer. They don't know what else to do. You have to, Patriot Girl says you got to turn it off. You do. You have to turn it off. Sometimes you can't turn it off, though. Sometimes you can't. I want the USA to be clean. I want the USA to be nice. I want the USA to be safe. But you're not going to get that unless you call out what the problem is. You won't. You're scared to do it, go in the mirror and do it in the mirror in the bathroom. You practice a speech, presentation, go in the mirror and practice it. Muslims don't run the porn industry. Muslims don't run illegal immigration. Just do that. Practice that in the mirror. And maybe you'll have, and I mean that seriously, maybe you'll have like the strength to say it when it really matters and to point out the obvious contradictions and to question the weird things like Charlie Kirk being basically decapitated on top of a menorah. All right. So that's pretty much the show. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Probably, I would assume, not what you were expecting. Honestly, it's not what I'm expecting because I don't have a script. And we just go and see what happens. 4 hours tonight, and we'll be back on Monday with another episode. TSTradio.info. If you enjoyed the show, please subscribe. Please buy a book. Please make sure that you leave us a review on Apple. And make sure that this includes my show. You question everything that I'm saying and you go look it up. I misspeak. I'm wrong about some things. It's okay. That's kind of the whole thing. It's the point. Like it's called being real. It's called not reading a script. It's called being a human. It's called it's okay to make mistakes. Steve in Southern California says, do you have OCD? Kind of, I guess, but it's not really a disorder. In fact, obsessive compulsiveness is what I credit to making this show listenable. So I guess in a way, it's more like OC. Sonam Ebel says, you deserve Sean Hannity money. Nah, I don't think I'd want Sean Hannity money. I don't think people have always told me that that's the reason that I've always struggled with money because I just like hate money, and I hate money. And maybe that is the reason. Maybe I should love money. Maybe I should give money to Rabbi Shmuley's defense fund. Maybe money will spiritually come in after that. Mistos Dokos, thank you. Joe Ryder, thank you. Everybody in the chat, thank you. Deborah, thank you. PT, thank you. FC Flux Capacitor, thank you. I appreciate it for supporting the show. Please share the show. Let people know where they can listen to it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We also had a pre-show tonight. So this show's like almost 5 hours on YouTube. No super chats, by the way. 4 hours or so in the archive. Yes, Flux Hannity is a phony. Big fat phony. Big phony. All right, that's pretty much it. I will take a glance at the chat here. 6G agents of the fake book, Anastasia J. Casey. It's fake, but the name means a lot. What is Anastasia J. Casey? Am I missing something that I did not mention earlier? What did I miss about that? I'll wait for a response to that. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Steve in Southern California. Sorry, don't use cash. You know, I love cash. I can't deal with digital money. God. 6G just said the martyr. What does that mean? The martyr. And Anastasia J. Casey. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something there. Goodbye, Bad Monkey. Bad Monkey just left the chat, I think. Goodbye. Have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. You know, this is a great question. When are you going to do a 24-hour live show? I've considered that. I really considered that. In fact, I think there's like let me look this up real quick and then we'll wrap up the show. I'm pretty sure there's a record in Japan. And I wondered how I could break it. I've thought this. Hold on a second. Record in Japan, longest radio broadcast by a host. I think it was like crazy. It was like 80 something hours. It was 88 hours by Taishi Masuoka. 88 hours. I don't know if I can do 88 hours. There has to be some, like, you can take a bathroom break. You can take like an hour nap or something like that, because that'll kill you. But I have considered doing that. That would be really interesting. Yeah, like a Jerry Lewis telethon. Yeah, that would be fun. All righty. Well, 6G Agenda said Casey is the Watchers. Maybe email me. I'm not exactly sure what you mean. rdgable@yahoo.com. rdgable@yahoo.com. By the way, if you listen to the show right now and you wanted to help the show out, it doesn't cost you anything. Just download the Spreaker version or let it stream in the background. That would really help the show out. Thank you. And well, you know, Mr. Stokos, I don't drink caffeine, so this is rooibos tea. So I'd have no caffeine to back me up. I don't eat milk. I don't drink milk. I don't eat meat. I don't have caffeine. I don't eat preservative, processed, chemical-laced food. And it's crazy that I saved so much money not doing that. Maybe I should do another show on that sometime soon. Cynthia says, got to keep your head on a swivel and alert and prepare for anything and anywhere. People have gone crazy. Yeah, well, they've been crazy for a long time. And the thing is, you're in the middle of the war, unfortunately. It's not coming. You're in the middle of it. The middle of the war. This is the war. It's not coming. It's here now. It is here now. All right. So I'm going to get out of the suit coat because it is, you know, it's getting to be afternoon here and it's starting to get a little bit warm. Have a great night. Stay safe, stay informed, stay healthy. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Again, please go to tstradio.info, grab a book, subscribe, listen to the show in the free archive again. If you missed any of the episodes, Monday through Friday, we only do the video stream on Fridays, but Monday through Friday is the main show. Special shows on Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really, really appreciate it. I wouldn't be doing this if it weren't for you. I hope that you learned something, and I'm sure as soon as I shut the stream off and turn the show off and everything, I'm sure I'll remember, oh, I should have mentioned something. So that's really all I could say about the Charlie Kirk situation. It's really all I could say. I'm not sure if I could add anything else of value until we learn something else. And even then, I think the main points have been made, and I think that we can move on to something else on Monday. I suppose we could say, God rest Charlie Kirk's soul, whatever the reason was for his death. But we should also say, God rest the souls of all the people that are stabbed and murdered and raped and tortured and lit on fire by the people that are let into the country and allowed to do those things, which are the people that the conservative Christians support. So that's a whole nother thing that a lot of people probably aren't ready to discuss, but we do discuss it on this show, and I want to express my appreciation for all of you who listen to what I have to say and what I have to present to you Monday through Friday. Mike will be back next week, by the way. Mike will be back, and we might have Ryder if he's I think he's going out of town. He's kind of busy. Otherwise, we'll have our Kubrick show next Friday. Something else to look forward to. Have a great weekend. Stay safe. Stay informed. Read books. Stay healthy. I'll talk to you then.